Well, sorry for the wait, folks. We were in closed session in the back having a healthy discussion. Council's coming out. We're going to get started. All right. Thank you. It's good to see everybody tonight. All right. Council members, calling the city council. Madam Clerk, let's start roll call.
Councilwoman Zendejas, Vice Mayor Allen, Councilmember Duggan, Councilman Supernaw,
Here they come.
Councilwoman Kerr,
All right, we
Councilwoman
can start
Sorrow.
over. Hang on.
Okay.
They're coming now. All right, let's commence roll call.
One more time. Councilwoman Zendejas,
Present.
Vice Mayor Allen,
Present.
Councilmember Duggan,
Here.
Councilman Supernaw,
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr, Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilmember Uranga, Councilman Austin, received, Councilmember Ricks Odie,
Here.
Mayor Richardson.
And I am here. Thank you. All right. Well, welcome to City Council meeting. Let's start with Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence led by Councilmember Duggan.
Let's stand if you're able and put your right hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Duggan. So today we have a pretty full agenda. We had a long discussion in closed session. You want to go ahead and report out, Madam Attorney?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have one item to report out. One moment. We have settled the case of Baltazar versus City of Long Beach for $125,000. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we have 3 presentations today, and then we have a number of important City Council items. And so we'll get right into the presentations. I want to note presentations are capped at 10 minutes. It starts off with Older Americans Month from Parks and Recreation and Marine. Is our Parks, Recreation, and Marine here? All right. Brent, is this you? Come on down.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson, and good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So yeah, the month of May is really a moment to celebrate. I know before the meeting out in Civic Center Plaza, we had quite a number of our community members that had a little resource fair. But I think we have representatives from all of our senior centers here today. I know last Friday, they in an appropriate way kicked off Senior Citizen Month over at our El Dorado Nature Center and did some really great hikes and had a photo contest. But we're really pleased that all of our Community Recreation Services staff has devoted a great passion to serving our older Americans. And I know a lot of them are here tonight. I want to give a shout out to Heart of Ida and Gray Panthers in particular. They're our steadfast partners that are there every week to help provide guidance and keeping our older Americans fit, healthy, and very, very active. So we're really thankful that our council is proclaiming the month of May Older Americans Month. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, and we have a certificate for you, or
I think there's a lot of older Americans.
come on down if you're with our senior centers. Please come on down. Let's take a photo together.
Right in the center. Right in the center.
Oh, we going over there? Oh.
Yeah. Okay. You're my cutoff? So everyone has to be in the center between the flags behind you. Anyone past there? Can't see. Everyone has to be in between the flags. I can't, yep. Come in. Can go. Can, oh. Oh, you're good, you're good. Can't. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do my best. All right, cool. 1, 2, 3, one more. Okay, we're good. Thank you. I appreciate you trying to help. Tried. Yeah, I know.
All right, it's always good to see our seniors in our Parks and Recreation programs here. Next, we have Harvey Milk Equality Plaza Committee presentation. That's right. That's right. And I'm gonna pass it to Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to note that for the record that the title of the presentation should read as the Harvey Milk Promenade Equality Plaza Selection Committee, and there was a typo in the agenda. If we could please note that and correct that. At this time, I'm so pleased to have a presentation done from our Harvey Milk Equality Plaza Selection Committee. One of my favorite times of the years. I'm so happy that you're here once again. So it's all yours, Deb. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Deborah Cajo Kelly. I'm co-chair of the Harvey Milk Park Equality Plaza Selection Committee, a mouthful, along with John Newell here. He's co-chair with me. Tonight, we would like to announce our upcoming honorary induction ceremony, the 11th year. So that's why we're having it on Saturday, May 11th at 11 a.m. So you don't forget the date and the times. At the Harvey Milk Park. We are excited to get together, celebrate, and honor this year's 4 inductees for their great contributions to our LGBTQ+ community and the city of Long Beach. These dedicated, hardworking community members have been strong advocates, artists, and leaders within our LGBTQ community, and we would like to honor them tonight and this Saturday by placing their names on the Harvey Milk Park Equality Plaza Wall of Inductees. This year, we're honoring 4 amazing individuals. We have Gina Smith. Thank you. Gina is a dedicated member of the LGBTQ+ community for decades. decades. In the early 80s, at the height of the HIV/AIDS crisis, she recognized the needs of those suffering from the disease. She became a member of the St. Mary's Hospital Care Program, serving as the only LGBTQ member. And she still advocates for St. Mary's, asking me if they could be in the front of the parade. She has served on the board of the CARE program in the LGBTQ Plus Center, Long Beach. She was active in planning and fundraising for Q Films, the Black and White Ball, and the Easter Gala, along with many other community fundraisers. Thank you, Gina.
Mayor, City Council members, and everyone here. They say it takes a village. I'm so grateful to be a member of this village, the group of an organization of so many people that have brought wonderful lives to the people of Long Beach. And I accept this on behalf of everybody that is a part of this wonderful village of Long Beach. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. I have the pleasure of introducing our next honoree, which is Queen Hollins. Queen, there you go. Queen is the founder of Earth Lodge Center here in Long Beach. Her center works with those who struggle with mental, emotional, and spiritual health of the community. Her organization provides a safe and sacred space for healing and justice for marginalized communities. She inherited her indigenous healing practices from her grandmother, and those adopted practices continue to serve urban communities.
Mayor, council members, it is an honor to accept this award. I'm accepting this award on behalf of our community because, as the receptee before me said, it takes a village. I could not be up here if it was not for our community. And so I'm honored to be here. And I know that Harvey, even though he's not physically here, in the ether somewhere, he's still keeping up a ruckus and touching us in a way that we can continue the work that he started and help our communities and ultimately shift the energy on the globe. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Raul Yorve. I'm a member of the committee since 2012. I have the honor of introducing Sean Cypresseth. Unfortunately, he's in Australia right now, but his colleague and member of the Arts Council Long Beach, Jennifer Drolet, is here on his behalf. Seon is an LGBTQ visual artist and Cambodian refugee. He is a survivor, and his artworks and images are reflective of his journey as a Cambodian refugee. Seon serves the community as the program director for United Cambodian Community. He is committed to providing services to low-income, youth, and seniors with social, housing, and mental health services. He has worked at Cal State Long Beach, teaching art from an international and social justice perspective. And he continues to work in the field of visual arts and community mural projects. You can also see some of his work in Cambodia Town, and he also serves on the board of the Arts Council Long Beach. The presentation on Saturday for him will be much more detailed, but in the end, Seon believes that the community must see themselves in the art that they create. Look forward to seeing you on Saturday. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. This is Jennifer Drolet. I'm accepting the award on behalf of Seon. I'm on the board of the Arts Council along with him, and he hopped on one of our board meetings last night, and it was halfway through the meeting until he said, "Oh, it's morning here, and I'm in Australia." So he's busy working. I wouldn't say unfortunately he's in Australia, fortunately. And he was very honored and seemingly surprised to receive the award. So I'm honored to accept it on his behalf. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Corey Allen, a part of the Harvey Milk Selection Committee, here with another one of our honorees, Ricky Dockery, who is an LGBT activist over the past 40 years. He has served on the board of the Long Beach Lambda Democratic Club in almost every executive role possible, and had a strong focus on registering LGBTQ voters in the early days of the AIDS epidemic here in the city of Long Beach. He was also a member of the Human Relations Commission, where during that time he fought to support the domestic partner ordinance that the city eventually went on to pass. He also fought over the Citizens Police Complaint Commission, making sure that there was LGBT representation here in our city as we talked about our police department. In addition to that, Ricky has volunteered for AIDS Food Store, served on the Long Beach Hate Crimes Committee, a Youth and Violence Summit, a Youth Diversity Summit, and served on the Long Beach Fair Housing Foundation Board, helping to protect the rights of renters in Long Beach from discrimination, including our LGBTQ community, people of color, and people living with HIV and AIDS. Ricky Dockery, everyone.
Thank you. Mayor Richardson and City Council, thank you for this recognition. Thank you for acknowledging that the LGBTQ plus community is a vital part of the fabric of our city. Our rights are being under attack right now, and as our elected officials, I would please ask you to continue to support and fight with us so that we don't lose the rights that we have accomplished so far. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last piece of our presentation, it wouldn't be complete without our founder, the former council member and now Congressman Robert Garcia, and Christopher Perez from his office is here to say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Robert Garcia, who is currently in DC as votes are in session, but the congressman asked me to be here tonight and join the office of Councilwoman Mary Zendejas, and as well as the Harvey Milk Promenade Equality Plaza Selection Committee in honoring this year's inductees. On behalf of Congressman Robert Garcia, who was fundamental in founding the Harvey Milk Promenade Park 11 years ago, and an inductee himself, I present these beautiful certificates to Ricky Dockery, Sayan Stiprasuth, Gina Smith, and Queen Linda Hollins, with these certificates of congressional recognition for their significant contributions to the LGBTQ plus community and for their tireless efforts to make Long Beach a more welcoming and inclusive city. So congratulations and thank you for the impact you've had on our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Congratulations to the inductees. And if you would, I'd love for you guys to come and join us for a photo, please, with the council.
I was like, can we?
Let's see. I can't.
You guys ready?
You guys yes, squeeze in.
We'll go to the back.
Let me see.
Take it over.
People in the back.
For you.
Yeah, I got you in now. Okay. All right. All right. Look at me. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Is someone running? Wait. Barely see you in there. There you go. 1, 2, 3. One more. Gotcha. Everyone else?
Yes. Thank you.
I got a couple of hits to pick up now.
Oh, wow.
I got a couple.
Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations again to the honorees. We'll now move on to our final presentation of the evening. We're going to ask folks to take their seats or quietly exit the chamber so we can continue. So our next presentation is Public Service Recognition Week. Let's invite up the City Manager's office.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Deputy City Manager Meredith Reynolds, and along with my colleagues, Deputy City Managers Grace Yoon, Teresa Chandler, and Tyler Curley, we are very pleased to be here this evening to celebrate our city staff during the 2024 Public Service Recognition Week. Whether you're like me and grew up in a local government public service household or stumbled into this line of work, the one thing we have in common is how meaningful serving our community can be. And what many don't know is this work can be difficult. Our staff care deeply, and they are committed to making a difference and showing up to support the Long Beach community. So Public Service Recognition Week was first introduced in 1985 and celebrated every year the first full week of May. And the purpose here is really to honor public servants at all levels of government for their front lines or behind the scenes workers for the contribution that they make each and every day. And so here in the city of Long Beach, we are here to celebrate our city staff. So for us, this week is an opportunity to reflect on all of the work that we do, all of the work that you and our community see us do, and to express our gratitude to those who tirelessly serve our community and really are proud of the work that we do to make our community thrive.
You may have noticed our media wall has been taken over by photos of city staff hard at work. So as part of Public Service Recognition Week, we are encouraging staff and everyone across the organization to take selfies in front of the media wall and make memories to be able to celebrate and recognize our public service workers.
Very nice. Hi, everybody. So this afternoon, we had a really fun activation out in the plaza. We had popsicles for staff. We gave out hundreds, so lots of folks came out from the port, from across the city, from City Hall. So it was really nice to see folks come over who are not just housed here, but from across our city, which was great. We want to thank the Long Beach City Employees Federal Credit Union for co-sponsoring that event. And then also a big thanks to our city affinity groups for supporting this event as well.
And I have some numbers for you. Our work is made possible by 4,876 full-time employees and 1,676 part-time employees. So this is over 6,500 employees spanning 24 departments. We are so proud and grateful for our employees who build, strengthen, and serve our communities with their dedication and work. I also want to mention that while this week is specifically dedicated to recognizing public service, we do recognize staff in a variety of ways throughout the year at the department level, through things such as Employee of the Month or Service Years Pins, among other things. These ways allow us to regularly say thank you, share how proud we are of their contributions, and recognize the positive impact they have on our city and our community. So to our employees, we want to say whether you work in libraries, parks, police, fire, dispatch, public works, health, social services, utilities, administration, or any other service area, your contributions make a difference for the Long Beach community each and every day. We encourage our city council and our community to shout out our staff and share your gratitude towards a public servant or public servants who have impacted your life or the community. Staff contributions are truly valued and appreciated, so happy Public Service Recognition Week.
Okay. Well, let's hear it for our city manager's office and the core, the Justice League of Deputy City Managers. You got to come up with some kind of title for them. I think it's the first time we've seen all the DCMs together doing something. That's pretty cool. And I'll tell you, great timing. We have a great public service corps, people looking up to many of you who already have careers, who want careers in public service. And today we'll be talking about beginning a process to open up the doors of public service so more people in our communities can come in and have future careers in public service. So thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started now with the City Council. We're going to have consent calendar, please. Items 1 through 9 and 11 through 14. 10 has been withdrawn, and we're going to pull items 13 and 26. So let's have consent calendar minus 13 and 26. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment here? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote.
Councilman Zendejas? Councilmember Duggan? Motion carries.
All right, thank you. So let's have item 13, please.
Item 13. Here we go. Calling for movers. I can do it. Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Recommendation to execute all documents necessary to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the Long Beach Unified School District to reimburse the City of Long Beach in an amount not to exceed $70,000 for Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department to provide staffing and other services, to conduct a 10-week summer swim program at the temporary Belmont Plaza Martin Luther King Jr. in Silverado Pools from June 17, 2024 to August 23, 2024, Districts 3, 6, and 7.
All right, so we're going to ask for a brief, and we mean brief because we started the council meeting 30 minutes late. So let's have a brief report on these next two.
Thank you. Turn it to Brent Dennis. This is a great program we use to activate our pools. So Brent, tell us about it.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mayor. So real quickly, you know, Long Beach is known for our pools in particular, swimming capital, a lot of wonderful champions that come out of our waters. So this item is actually a really great example of a partnership we have with Long Beach Unified School District, that they actually fund free recreational swimming for our youth for that entire period of the 10 weeks of our summer. So these are provided at Belmont Pool, Martin Luther King Jr. Park Pool, and Silverado Pool. And we're really, really thankful for this item, that their reimbursement helps us. And I also want to thank Council for helping us beef up our lifeguard staff. Last year, we had some challenges keeping enough lifeguards on duty to keep our pools open. So on behalf of everyone who loves our pools and swims to stay healthy and fit, we thank Council for that item.
All right, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, thank you so much. I pulled this item for that reason, and that this is really possible for resident throughout, just not in District 6, but throughout the city, that's able to attend these 3 pool, and one of it is in District 6. So I'm just grateful for the partnership with LBUSD. I just want to share that last year they had 10,771 young people took advantage of this program, and it's going to make sure that we gear up for this coming summer and give them recreational activity to do and make it accessible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, thank you for pulling this item, Councilwoman Sorrow. I am so proud of this work that was started when I was on the school board. We saw that there was a need to partner in ways to expand aquatics opportunity in addition to the pools that are on our high school campuses, and this seemed like a natural fit. So grateful that the school board and LBUSD continue to partner in this way.
Thank you. Councilmember Duggan.
Thank you for pulling this item, Councilmember Sorrow. I'm going to concur with my council colleagues. This is great. 10,700 plus. It helps with mental health, and it helps youth socialize with each other. It's really a good program. Glad we're partnering with LBUSD.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment here? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 26, please.
Report from Technology and Innovation. Recommendation to execute all documents necessary to amend with Mercedes-Benz Research and Development North America
to finalize development and testing of a connected and automated vehicles and cooperative intelligent transportation system at no cost to the City of Long Beach, to extend the term of the contract to December 31st, 2024, citywide.
Thank you. Again, we'll have a brief staff report on this.
Leah Erickson.
Good evening. I'm excited to talk about this final extension of our no-cost pilot, which is an agreement that tested Mercedes-Benz's automated vehicles and connected vehicles with Xtelligent's cooperative intelligent transportation system. And the benefits of this system is to validate mobility, energy efficiency, and air quality benefits. After the project was entered into, we successfully installed the system at 16 pre-approved intersections, and as part of the project, Mercedes-Benz and Xtelligent hosted a community youth workshop for approximately 75 Long Beach Polytech High School STEM Auto Pathway students. And that was an interactive workshop to help them learn about careers in auto and engineering industries. We then extended the contract to allow for further testing and in completing the integrations with connected vehicles and existing traffic sensors, and to research the benefits. And what we have found is that this has improved the average speed of corridor traffic by up to 9%, reduced the average CO2 emissions by 8 to 11%, and reduced the average particulate matter 2.5 emissions rate by 3 to 5%, and improved fuel economy by 5.5% at the corridor level. So we're now asking for this extension in order to wrap up the testing and also to decommission the system. And then upon project conclusion, the city will receive a final report on project outcomes and recommendations for traffic system performance improvements. With that, that concludes my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Yes, I'm happy to make this motion. Glad to see young people involved in future technology and the rollout. I'm really glad to see us utilizing local businesses, because many folks may not know that the Mercedes-Benz Research and Development in North America, the largest facility, is actually here in Long Beach and located in the 8th District. And so I think this will be useful work long term, and so I proudly support this extension and ask my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Councilman Burker.
I concur with my colleague. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no further council comments, any public comment here? All right. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll go to item 20, please.
Report from City Manager. Recommendation to request the mayor to convene Charter Amendment Committee of the City Council on June 11, 2024, to discuss placing an amendment for the voters to combine Civil Service and Human Resources departments into one unified hiring department, and establish an independent Civil Service Employee Rights and Appeals Commission to resolve complaints regarding civil service rules citywide.
Thank you. There's been a lot of work over the past few months since we called for this action to take place at the State of the City in January. And to summarize, this is about opening up the doors of public service. Every day, the services that our residents count on depend on work that is delivered by people, hardworking city employees. And these are everyday heroes. These are people who show up to work every single day to improve the quality of life for all of our residents. But in recent years, many of our city departments have grappled with low staffing levels and vacancies. We've made a number of improvements. We're very proud of the work we've done in key departments, Public Works, Fire Department. But unless we make these changes structural, we'll continue to see challenges, and we have to fundamentally change how we value public service and place a bigger priority on getting people into local government. It can take on average around 7 months, and in some cases up to a year, to hire someone in our city. That's too long for anyone who's waiting around for a job opportunity or to begin their career. It's time that we support our dedicated city employees by getting them the reinforcements that they need to continue delivering quality services to the people of Long Beach. The good news is that we all can play a role in helping to enhance our hiring process to keep up with the evolving needs of the community. So today we're taking a big step forward. We're moving one step closer to presenting a charter amendment to the voters of Long Beach this November that would modernize our city's hiring system, reduce the time it takes to fill vacant positions, and create a single, unified city department to manage all hiring activities for the city. This proposed amendment will also establish new, exciting, innovative preferences to encourage the hiring of Long Beach residents, create pipelines of workers from our local educational institutions and apprenticeship programs, and promote temporary city workers into permanent city positions. Importantly, these reforms will keep in place an independent civil service, employee rights, and appeals commission that will continue to rule on personnel-related matters and hear employee appeals on disciplinary actions. After several months of engaging with civil service staff and commissioners and our labor partners, our employee groups, through a meaningful meet and confer process, we've strengthened these recommendations to ensure they adequately balance the need to streamline hiring with the need to also safeguard the rights and interests of all people who are seeking employment and currently employed by the city. Being a City of Long Beach employee is a life-changing opportunity that provides economic stability, access to health care, a secure retirement, and Long Beach residents deserve these benefits. And so I look forward to working with our city council, our civil service staff, our city manager staff, labor partners, youth-serving nonprofits, workforce development agencies, our education community, our community leaders, to build a system that ensures that Long Beach residents have a fair chance at working for the City of Long Beach and giving back to their communities. So tonight's action the City Council will consider will begin that process. Again, I want to thank our employee groups for engaging with us over these past few months and making this proposal even stronger. And I also want to just recognize all the individuals who have and organizations have written letters of support for the City Council this evening, including our local firefighters, Local 372, the nonprofit partnership representing a coalition of Centro Cha, Khmer Girls in Action, Long Beach State, Long Beach City College, California Faculty Association, Centro Cha for their letter of support, my alma mater, Cal State Dominguez Hills, on a joint letter with California State University Long Beach, both in support of this effort, an individual letter from Cal State Long Beach, Los Angeles Black Worker Center, and the Long Beach Police Officers Association, who all have expressed their support in modernizing our process to create pipelines to bring our local community in. So that said, we are going to go to the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that was an excellent overview. We're here to talk about those details. I want to thank you just personally for your passion and your excitement and your vision for how do we continue to hire, continue to support our community, do all the good work that needs to get done to bring our city employees into the city and also to extend those partnerships. This is a big deal. We've been talking about this for several months, and I'm excited to be in front of the council now as the policy body to really have that ability to weigh in and ask the questions and to decide whether or not this is ready to be put in front of voters. So we are going to go into some detail today. This is definitely not the first day we're doing this. We'll be doing it today. Then you are going to hear this again in June, again in July, and again in August where you make a final decision. So please be thinking about the questions tonight. I have a in-depth presentation, but this is a very complex topic. So you're going to have questions, things you're going to want us to look at, follow up, and we've got 2 other meetings to be able to explore those. So I will go through some of the background and introduction. Where are we? Where has this idea come from? What are some of the challenges? We'll talk about our comparable agencies and the things we've already done to improve, and then we'll go through the actual model itself. And so I just want to start by saying that we need to do the work of our community with people. Our employees are absolutely our most important asset, and hiring those employees in a timely manner to do that work is our #1 challenge facing the organization. If we can't bring people in the door, we can't meet the expectations that the community has for us, that the council has for us. And so we have an opportunity here to modernize our hiring system to prioritize merit-based recruitment while reducing bureaucracy and redundancy. As the mayor said, we're committed to building a robust talent pipeline that prioritizes Long Beach residents through internships, apprenticeships, and local hiring. I want to underscore there's really good people doing good work both in human resources and in civil service. So this is absolutely not about the work that's being done. This is more about the structure and providing a structure that is as efficient and effective as possible and enhancing those collective efforts. This is modernizing a system that was first set up in 1907 and has gone through some changes over the years, but is essentially very similar in 1907 to where it is today. And we know that there's always concerns when you look at these things about the employees' protections. Those permanent classified service protections are critical. I believe that as city manager, they must remain untouched, and that they deserve our city employees deserve appeal rights and an independence process to ensure due process. That's one of the hardest things I have to do as city manager, and our executive team does is make those disciplinary decisions. And there should be an independent place apart from the city manager that employees can go to be able to talk or to appeal their case for the classified service. And so what is the challenge? There's a national challenge. In 2021, an astonishing 47 million Americans resigned from their positions, and another 4 in February 2023. As the end of last year, there were over 9 million open jobs in the United States, and this is a phenomenon known as the Great Resignation, and it's left a profound impact on City of Long Beach with a significant rise in employee turnover and job vacancies. Many industries are struggling, and so we're not the only ones going through this. As I said, we're not immune to that. We currently have a 21.8% vacancy rate. We calculate that now regularly. It's been around 22% for a while now, and some departments are as high as 35.5%. And so those staffing challenges put a real strain on our city operations and on the employees themselves as they all work to try to meet the needs of our community. We are an outlier in Long Beach, in California. We are one of only 2 cities that have 2 completely separate personnel departments administering separate sections of recruitment. We have duplication of effort, and a lot of things go to the commission that are done in other cities administratively, which you'll see. And there are delays in our classified recruitment timelines that have contributed to our high vacancy rates. So just to explain the system, we have 2 separate hiring systems. We have the Civil Service Department, which is managing the hiring of about 60% of positions. Those are called classified, and those are more of the permanent positions that have those the permanent protections. And then there are the Human Resources side, which is about 40%. Those are your management staff that are at will. Those are your interns. Those are your non-career, your temporary employees. And so some of the duplicative efforts between the 2 is we have duplicative approval processes. We have review of personnel transactions by both. We have development of job bulletins, class specs, and salary studies that both departments work on. When we market jobs, we have separate social media accounts, one for civil service, one for HR. When we do job fairs, we have separate tables. So we've been working on trying to combine those, but oftentimes you go to a different table for civil service job and a different table for unclassified. We have 2 separate websites. So we have one jobs website, but we also have 2 separate websites for the different classifications. And then we have separate entities creating policies and practices. So I say this a lot. I believe firmly that hiring is a joint responsibility. Hiring is not solely the responsibility of civil service. There are a lot of us that have that responsibility, and we need to find a way to bring all of that together. Many different pieces contribute to hiring issues, and there's reforms underway you're going to hear about tonight. One is that we need to make sure compensation is in place, and this council has done historic labor agreements to really address compensation as much as we're able to, and you'll see that in the further slides. We've worked on the HR unclassified hiring process. We've worked on onboarding. We changed the way that we authorize positions to be hired. And so all of this requires dedicated focus from HR, from management, from financial management, and the departments themselves. But then, of course, the other major factor is the separate system, the current civil service system that was set up in 1907. So we hear this that employee pay is important, and I agree it is. Employees want to have fair compensation for the work that they do. There's a lot of great things Long Beach offers, and pay needs to be one of those that make a great environment. And so this council did recent MOU negotiations from 2023 to 2026 and included historic equity adjustments for 363 classifications, some of which went all the way up to 23%, in addition to general salary increases. So this chart kind of shows you we took an equity-based approach. We didn't just do the standard everyone gets 222 across the board. We looked at where those positions were and made as many adjustments as we possibly could. And believe me, that has helped. We've also looked first at HR. So what are some of the things we need to improve in HR? We did a study in 2022 and provided 38 recommendations, and HR has implemented every single one or is in the process of implementing every single one. Some of those include improving how we ask for positions to even be filled. That is a process that goes through a lot of steps, way too many. It was taking almost 3 months in some cases, and so we've revised that down to 6 to 13 business days. We now have one-stop shops where you can get your live scan, your physical exam, your virtual oaths, and your city ID badge. We've changed the way we do drug screening, changed the way that we've done physical examinations. We have departments focused, laser focused on what are their vacancies, what are they doing to change those vacancies and to move positions forward. We also created a talent acquisition department or division in HR, and their job is to really focus on those 40% of the jobs that are unclassified. I remember they came to me and they said, we're going to set a goal of 90 business days to do that. And I remember thinking, wow, that's aggressive. Okay, let's try it. And I was wrong. They're doing it in 70 business days right now after 7 months. So it can be done. There can be efficiencies. That average is going to go up and down, but I'm very proud of the work they're doing, and it shows that we can make meaningful change while still going through merit-based practices. And so when we did that work with HR, we also asked departments to give us feedback. And a lot of the feedback came back was not about the unclassified side. There were some, but it was also about the classified side. And so 57 responses through that survey work came back. 93% mentioned that the timeline of classified recruitment being the main bottleneck for filling vacancies. Many departments mentioned their experiences with classified hiring and that it takes anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. 90% of the responses mentioned that the process of classified recruitments are outdated and redundant and that there's bottlenecks. We asked our management team on the last management conference, about 400 of them, what do you think about our hiring process? And 86% said that we did not have an efficient hiring process in place. And so there is a consensus among departments that quality candidates are not going to wait 6 months to 2 years for an interview, and that makes lists increasingly difficult to utilize by the time that they are received. So to give a couple of specific examples, we took a look at the data that we had available to us, and in 21 and 22, the positions took about 7 months to fill a classified vacancy where a list existed. So this means you've gone through your process, you have lists, so that's not just the civil service time, that's the entire time, but 7 months is a long time. But when there's no available list, that's even longer, and that can go up to a year, 2 years. We've had cases we have had cases of up to 3 years as well. And so here are two very specific examples. It took 377 business days to refer a list of candidates for what we call clerk typists, which here is like a secretarial support position, and 269 business days for planners. These are the people that take your plan check when you come to get your business done in front of the city development services and community development and do our long-term planning. In Harbor, they reported it takes on average 362 calendar days, and they are not under the city manager, a separate department, and they are having the same challenges as well. And one example was taking 836 business days for a plumber supervisor. And when we look nationwide, we find that government agencies of our size that use the same hiring system take about 4 months on average, and we take 7 for those positions in place. And so that's over 42% longer than the national average. Cities of Long Beach and San Diego are the only 2 cities in California that operate this completely independent dual system. Other large cities have operated successfully under the model that we're proposing, and those include Fresno, LA, Oakland, Sacramento, San Jose, San Francisco, and Santa Ana. And so in those agencies, HR serves as the neutral party, and they're providing oversight and ensuring integrity in the structure. Both structures have that same means and to an end, which is hiring based on qualification and maintaining merit-based processes. And in Long Beach, though, the system that we know, our Civil Service Commission handles those administrative tasks that are typically handled by HR. And those are things like examination and certification of lists, creation of classification specs, development of job bulletins, maintenance of eligible lists, non-career hour extensions, temporary and permanent job assignments, provisionals, and extensions to probation. And so I want to talk a little bit about where we've come from and then where we're going, but some of the goals as we came through is this has been looked at before, which you'll see, and this was before voters in 2010, and it wasn't supported in part because a lot of it wasn't clear and it wasn't looking at the totality of the system, including ensuring that merit-based hiring was there and that we're looking at local preferences as well. And so our goals are to streamline hiring and recruitment, to uphold civil service and merit system, to expedite our disciplinary appeals, to have those local preferences, to work with our local educational institutions, to support our current non-career employees that work for the city that should get a preference to be able to continue that work if they're meeting all the standards, to empower internships and apprenticeships, and all of this while maintaining an independent commission. So this does not come out of nowhere. This has been talked about for many years, including all the way back to 2007. And there have been discussions with staff and civil service. There is a good working relationship there, and those conversations happen, yet systemic issues persist. Our departments meet all the time with civil service to talk about priorities and issues, but the systemic issues persist. This has become the #1 topic we hear from our managers. When we meet once a year to really brainstorm how are we going to accomplish the goals of the mayor and city council, it's the #1 topic. There was a study back in 2007, which I'll touch on briefly. We did another study in 2018-2019, which resulted in putting $200,000 in funds to help civil service work on some of those challenges. But despite that funding being approved in 2019, that study just got underway in end of 2023, beginning of 2024, so about 5 years later. So that's underway right now, and we don't have the results of that yet. So back in 2007, the Management Partners, which is known as Baker Tilly, did an independent assessment. They had lots of different findings, but their #1 finding is that really there should be a merger of the two separate departments. That there's a lack of clear mission and values and standardized practices, there's discrepancies in technologies, and there's inefficient use of staff time. Civil Service Department has been one that we've been looking at as we all went through reductions in 2010 and beyond. We went back and looked at the budget, and while the general fund budget has grown 13% and staffing levels grew 15%, in comparison, the civil service budget has increased 90% over the past 10 years, and the staffing has increased by 50% over the past 10 years. And so there has been investments in this area, yet we still see a lot of the same systemic challenges. So before I get into the actual proposal, I just want to say it's been a long process to get to tonight. You're the policy-making body. You're the one that makes the decision whether we put this on the ballot, but we did a lot of work in the past 4 or 5 months to get here. This really became a hot topic last year in 2023, where our managers had a joint discussion with Civil Service and HR, and were very frank about the challenges that they're facing. There was a meeting with the Civil Service President and President-elect in June 2023 with myself and the ACM, and we brought up some of the concerns coming out of that May management conference. I've met with the Executive Director on multiple occasions. The Mayor proposed this in January of 2024 and talked about it as a broad policy, and that a proposal was coming. And about 2 weeks later, we launched the initial proposal to give our employees and everyone a framework for what it is that we'd be talking about. We met with civil service employees to really let them know their value, and this wasn't about anyone losing their job. This was about becoming more efficient. And then we engaged in meet and confer for about 3 months, and we extended the timeline to go through that meet and confer with our 11 employee organizations. We had there were 7 different Civil Service Commission meetings, 2 of which were presented by management and departments for a lot of discussion. We also met with Harbor and Utilities, who are the other 2 affected commissions. And then we completed that meet and confer with all 11 unions on March 22nd. And so what is the model? What we're doing is first streamlining the independent commission. Basically, the civil service system will be implemented by human resources, so there'll still be a civil service system. They will recommend to council the adoption and amendment of the rules. So the rules will rest with the council, and you will have that power to decide what those rules are after we go through negotiations with our employee organizations. HR will provide for the examination and certification of employment in classified service. There will be a process for creating classifications in the classified service, subject to the power of the council to establish those positions, and there will be HR will maintain those eligible lists. We will have merit-based hiring standards, no loss of city employees, and reducing that elimination of redundant processes. The commission will continue to exist in a modified form. They will be the appeals body for complaints in the hiring process to make sure that there's an appropriate level of oversight. That commission will be independent of the city manager, and they will be assisted by designated budgeted staff member that reports to the city attorney, who is independent from the city manager as well. And that person is going to be assigned the administrative duties to support the commission. The commission will be called Civil Service Employee Rights and Appeals, and will continue to resolve complaints about the hiring process for classified employees and hear and review disciplinary appeals. The appeals decision continues to rest solely with the commission, and that proposal will align the duties and powers of the commission with how commissions work in other agencies. And so there's, in your packet, there's lots of detail on what can be appealed, but just some of the examples are applications. So if there are late submissions of applications, they will rule on those. If there's allegations about rules, alleged violations of rules and regulations relating to hiring practices, including discriminatory practices. Exam components, and when we do layoffs and calculation of seniority, that all gets appealed to the commission. And so we'll still have merit-based hiring. That is upheld and strengthened, and so employees will be hired based on their qualifications, skills, and ability, and we would have a system of classified and unclassified, and those definitions are unchanged. And so the civil service rules and regulations remain in effect unless they are changed by the city council. But before that change, you go through a meet and confer process with labor, so they're aware of what is being proposed to the mayor and council. Human Resources continues to create recruitment exams and administer exam processes, and they will function independent of hiring departments and refer eligible candidates. We've talked a little bit about the independent appeals process. I just covered that with the dedication assisted by a dedicated budgeted staff. And maintenance of employee rights and protections are all still there, including laws prohibiting discrimination or retaliation. We have our city's EEO process. We have the city's nepotism policy, and our unions play an important role in our employee rights and protections. And then one thing we will be adding is working with an outside third-party independent consulting firm that will periodically conduct reviews and compliance audits to go through and make sure that the recruitment and selection process are following merit-based rules. And if there's ever a case that is brought to you as the council or to me, we can, through the city attorney's office, retain an outside independent investigator to look into that and report back to the council. So that's some of the technical that's more of the inward facing. I want to talk about the outward facing because that really is an important piece of this. We really, with 22% vacancies, there is such opportunity to hire local talent from our city to reflect the diversity of our community and also give our residents the ability at an amazing career and fulfilling job. And so we will have a process for awarding new local hiring preferences. So if you are a resident within the boundaries of the city of Long Beach, you can get additional preferences. If you go to a community college or a higher education college within 10 miles of Long Beach, there's a preference for that. If you're internal, if you're working for the city of Long Beach and have completed 15 hours of service, you can get a preference for that. And then we can work with a lot of our unions and apprenticeship programs and great training programs that if they fit the needs in the job description, you can get a preference for going through those programs. And so you can pick and choose from these. Each one is worth 5 points for a maximum of 10 points to be able to provide some additional preferences, which is pretty groundbreaking out there in the hiring world. And so what are some of the outcomes? We are setting a goal to hire most positions within 90 business days. Some are going to be longer. I hope some are going to be shorter, but to really get that reduction in time to recruit and hire staff. We would continue to have integrated practices to cover the entire spectrum of employee-related issues. We would delegate those administrative matters to city staff. We would hope that frees up the commission to have additional time for hearing classified employee appeals, and the commission would have additional capacity to hear appeals. And we'd address that 22% citywide vacancy rate. So, as with anything, we issued a proposal on the 18th, and that's what it was a proposal. And we knew we'd be going through a pretty intense meet and confer process and take input from our employees who were the most affected by this and listen to concerns and work on changes that we heard and input we heard throughout the process. And those things certainly happened. And so that's all in your packet. We can go into that if there's more interest later, either tonight or in the future. But one of the things we agreed to in writing is that there's mutual agreement that the civil service system is intended to provide the city with the best workforce based on merit principles, and that everyone is selected based on their qualifications. A big concession and change was having that dedicated budgeted staff member that's independent from the city manager to support the commission. The commission has a number of things now that they will have jurisdiction to hear and determine employee appeals. And so that got improved through the process, and that the outside investigator will be retained by the city attorney's office so that there's separation from city management and the investigation. And I'm happy to say we got through that meet and confer, and it was completed on March 22nd, as mentioned before. And so steps in the process, we've completed the ones in green. We did the meet and confer. We did a number of outreach to our commission meetings, and they also met independently by themselves. Then we are here tonight to do the city council presentation. We will hear this additional time, so once in June, once in July. That's outlined in state law. And then we would be asking you to make a decision by August 6th. And then really this goes to the voters. So if you choose to put it in front of the voters, it's their decision ultimately on whether this should be approved. And then if that occurs, then we sit down again with our employer organizations to really go through where do all the employees go? Who's going to get what duties? How do we do the transition? How do we work on the minute details to make sure that this gets implemented the most effective way possible? And so that is the commitment is, and that's exactly how we've done this in other charter amendments, is then we would transfer them. One of the things that came out is in the meet and confer is non-management employees have the ability to transfer to HR, but they can also opt to transfer to another city department without loss of pay, seniority, or benefits. We have a lot of experience in doing these mergers and not losing staff. We did it for gas and water into utilities. We did it for HR and workers' compensation, and we did it with the Citizen Police Complaint Commission as it moved into the Police Oversight Department. And so all three mergers had that structural change to improve service levels, all while reducing bureaucracy and committed to the preservation and employment of all employees. So thank you for listening to the long presentation. Obviously, there's a lot of important things here, but I do just want to summarize with saying, this is ensuring that we're not removing the civil service system. It's not being forgotten, but rather strengthened and modernized. It proposes that change in organizational structure to streamline these outdated processes and basically aligning us with every other comparable agency in California. We're committed to that local pipeline. That's an amazing opportunity that we're going to have to be able to increase our hiring and also provide those opportunities to our community. And we believe this is going to benefit candidates, residents, departments, and civil service and HR staff as we bring them all together to continue the great work of hiring. So thank you very much. We have a team here and available to answer questions and also be thinking about things you're going to want to talk about in June and July.
All right. Well, thank you, Tom, and your team and the city attorney's team for your work on this proposal. I also want to, and you mentioned this, we sat down and met with the actual employees in the Civil Service Department, and I just want to lift up that the employees have done a really great job this past year. I've seen them work really hard to improve some of the challenges that we've seen, from the ambulance operators, refuse haulers, and as a result of that, we achieved 100% staffing in a number of key areas that we haven't achieved in a long time. I want to remind folks that this isn't about the individual work of those individual workers. They're a part of our city family. This is about modernizing our system and making sure we take advantage of the opportunity to really cut bureaucracy and red tape, limit duplicated functions. There's no reason that our hiring is spread across 2 websites. People don't know which website to go to. When we go to a community, festival, King Parade, Pride, whatever, you have a civil service table, you have an HR table. There should be one table. People should have an easy process to understand how to get a job in the city. That's what this is about. And we have, Tom, you did a good job at underscoring this, but the opportunity we have to create these pathways doesn't exist anywhere in America. This is groundbreaking, to be able to have pathways directly to our educational institutions, our local apprenticeship training programs, our local community, and create the opening for them to respond and build real pipelines and pathways into public service which are life-changing employment opportunities. So I want to thank you. Before we take it to the council, we're going to do public comment. We have 6 people signed up to speak, and thank you so much for your patience. I'm going to call them up. We'll start with first 3, Melissa Infusino, Marlon Ramos, and then Gregory Lewis.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city leadership. I'm Melissa Infusino. I serve as the Vice President of Economic and Workforce Development at Long Beach City College, and I'm here in support of this item. This item is key in reducing the systemic barriers to city job opportunities for living wage, public sector, union jobs that provide meaningful health care benefits, a secure retirement, and long-term economic stability for our residents. LBCC has been engaged with the city for years in helping our students to understand the merit system and how to apply for city jobs, as well as developing academic pathways that lead to opportunities throughout the city. In fact, I'm excited to share, last night we were notified that LBCC has been awarded, the only awardee in the state, a $750,000 grant to support workforce development training for careers in the water sector, especially for diverse populations. This will fund our partnership with Long Beach Utilities to design programs to meet their hiring needs and to do outreach and promotion in the community. We're also working with Building and Safety to develop training programs to fill the need for building inspectors. In addition, we have 6 LBC students participating in the city's Public Service Corps program, and we host community-wide hiring events each year in partnership with the city. Lastly, we're establishing a citywide agreement for internships so we can easily place interns throughout the city. So today's item, if approved, will help accelerate all of this work and will ensure our residents have increased access to live and to work within their community. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Marlon Ramos? Okay, Gregory Lewis. After Gregory is Michelle Byerly.
Hello and thank you. My name is Gregory Lewis. I'm here representing the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. We represent Black workers in the county of Los Angeles, but also specifically here in the city of Long Beach. We know that there's a black jobs crisis. 50% of black folks in the county are either unemployed or underemployed, and our organization works to remedy that. We are currently running our 1,000 Strong campaign, which seeks to put 1,000 black workers in public sector unionized jobs, which would be these jobs that are being discussed. We've seen great success in the city of Los Angeles working with our union partners. We want to help. We want to also see that in the city of Long Beach. Historically, we know that public sector jobs, as the mayor said, is a pathway to middle class, having a middle class lifestyle, being able to afford where you live and work where you live. And we want to make sure that that is something that is going to be throughout this county. So I'm here today to say that we strongly support the ordinance to streamline this process. We see the impact that it can have on families, and we look forward to discussing this further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Byerly, then Jessica Quintana, then Deborah Betance.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Michelle Byerly, Executive Director of the Nonprofit Partnership, and here to express support for the proposal to modernize the City of Long Beach hiring and civil service systems and establish a new hiring preferences for jobs within city government. As represented in our letter submitted on this item, our coalition of nonprofits, leaders, and educational institutions in the region believe these needed reforms will help create a pipeline of diverse workers who come from our local schools, universities, and programs. And the reforms will uplift and expand those programs, internships, and other pathways for public sector jobs in our city that provide meaningful opportunities. As organizations and institutions committed to workforce development, employment in Long Beach, we believe that modernizing the hiring systems and creating stronger partnerships and pipeline in collaboration with community organizations will create more opportunities for Long Beach residents to contribute to the thriving community. And from the perspective of nonprofits and businesses working in partnership or in contract with the city, long delays in hiring have a ripple effect when it comes to partnership. Oftentimes, these vacancies create undue burdens on nonprofits, such as delayed payments on invoices, lengthy contracting challenges, or delayed programs or services. We strongly support the recommendations to update and streamline the city's existing hiring practices by amending the city charter. And we believe that this thoughtful approach will help eliminate systemic barriers to opportunity and create a greater partnership and pipeline for public sector employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson, members of the City Council, City Manager Tom Modica. Central Child has been providing workforce development and job training for our city for over 22 years. This is one of our priority areas and work that we do, really trying to connect our residents, our youth to better jobs, better training, and access to our city employment workforce. you know, we've seen firsthand the many challenges that our own local residents have in becoming city employees, having that pipeline, that access to be able to get civil service positions or even just become a city employee. So this is a great opportunity to really address the economic recovery, the challenges that we've been having in our city, and modernize this whole charter amendment. So I just want to thank our mayor, our city council members, our city manager for really thinking about our community and modernizing this charter amendment and bringing, you know, the true thing that we've been talking about is equity and diversity for our Black, Brown, Asian Pacific Islander communities, our youth. Many of our youth, and we have our youth sitting here in the audience today, many of them wants to be a city employee, but you know, they don't have the opportunities. It's very challenging for them. A lot of our local workers here wants civil service positions, but it hasn't been friendly for them to come and get those positions. So thank you. It's time. We need to modernize our charter, and thank you for bringing this forward.
All right, thank you. All right, next is Deborah.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh. Good evening, City Council, all members, and the community. My name is Deborah Batonce. I'm the president of the Women's Education Circle for Democracy Long Beach, and we've gone green. And also we support Eli Victory Garden Schools. And on this item, we're really honored, excited that you've decided to course correct when it comes to hiring. This is very important. As you can see, I've been racially profiled my entire life. I suffered racism and discrimination as an employee at Long Beach Unified School District. But I think the point is that we need to hire, we need to make sure that we're being inclusive in our hiring practices, and that means culturally aware. And I believe we're really supporting, supporting maybe perhaps a cultural portion to this to make sure that we're hiring not by race, but by using standards that are equitable. We want to recommend too that perhaps we should re-look at the discrimination policy and update that before we start hiring. We want to make sure that our youth are fulfilling the college promise. For 25 years, I taught about the college promise, that if you qualify, and then back to the city, I did a talk on our past mayor, Robert Garcia, and the positives of the college promise. So this is a really great thing that you're doing, and we are in support of it. We are looking at and suggesting, this is unsolicited, that you create an anti-colorism policy and an anti-racism policy, that we look at that. We think that the city should perhaps create a constitutional commission, because we see many of allocations, and we're very concerned about some of these policies that we use the term race, colorism. People are not Black, brown. If we were colors, I would be red, and we know that that's very hurtful. So we want the city, if you could, I am now retired as a conscientious objector, so I have worked for the city, so I'm going to be the first to apply, because we want a community peace garden in each district. So thank you very much for bringing this. It's time for change, and I'll help with the change. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. That concludes public comment. We'll now take it behind the rail. Councilmember Uranga, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know where to start, but I guess I'll start at the beginning. I worked for the city of Long Beach for 28 years. I started my career with the city of Long Beach in the Civil Service Department. At that time, there was a lawsuit that took place that created my position. There was a lawsuit against the Parks and Recreation Department because they were not hiring enough people of color. So the Civil Service Department created, at that time, a recruitment division. I was the first employee of that division, and later on, I was able to promote and became the city's recruitment officer. I held that position for about 10 years. My goal at the time was to diversify the city, to improve the representation of women, minorities, LGBTQ reps, while maintaining the city's merit employment system. That was my goal. Continues to be. When I first joined the city as a council member, fast forward, and one of the first things that I brought up was I wanted to see on the net city report, I wanted to see a hiring report. I never got it. I'm still pissed to this day for not getting it. Why? Because the bifurcation, human resources, civil service. Good work together then. Now I made this motion. I'm making this motion in order to continue the discussion. I see a lot of good things here, but I see that there's some other work that needs to be done as well. There are assurances that I want to see in terms of the merit system. It's not enough to give it lip service. I want to see it. I haven't. When I started with the city, excuse me, there were only the highest ranking police officers in the police department were 3 sergeants. I always call jokingly, no time for sergeants. We needed lieutenants, captains at the time, commanders. Over the years, that has changed, thankfully. Fire department, the highest ranking firefighter was a captain. That was it. No battalion chiefs, no assistant chiefs. Thank God that has changed over the years. Now I want to give myself credit, a slap in the back, saying it's because of my recruitment efforts, but no. It was the efforts of people, managers who took the courage. And in those days, it took courage to hire people of color, women, and LGBTQ. And I'm glad that we were able to do that. I look at you, city manager, because you're the latest one. You're the latest iteration of management. I see slide 14 on this, where you outline your goals. You might want to put that up on the screen. They're lofty goals. Ones that are worth looking at closely. This is the first time I see this, but of course we're going to have other opportunities to discuss this further. And I'm looking forward to those discussions. But I'm giving you this perspective now because I think before anything else, everything has a genesis. And the genesis was, back when I came on, that we needed to do something about our city employees. We had to do something about the representation that we had in our departments. It was reversed. There were more white males being hired than a single woman or person of color. That is changed over the years. I'm thinking, I don't know. I still haven't seen that report. Where are we now? Tell me. Show me. All of a sudden I'm from Missouri. Show me state. Show me. So all that to say is that I will support moving this forward. We need to discuss it. There's a lot of good things in this first attempt at trying to clarify things. But I want to make sure that when we do a review of this whole process, and before it goes on the ballot, that there are safeguards to maintain diversity, to maintain inclusion, more importantly, to maintain the merit system in hiring practices. I don't want to see direct appointments, which is in my day used to happen rapidly, a lot. I was a victim of that. I applied for several management positions while I was here in the city and got passed over by a direct appointment that was not a woman, that was not a person of color. So am I a little bitter? Maybe. But I've gone beyond that now. I'm here. I'm on this side of the rail. Congratulations. But it took hard. It took work. It took me a big effort to get here. And I hope that you young kids out there never give up. Never stop. Keep your education. One of the lofty goals here is localized preferences. I like that. We need that. We've needed that for a long time. I see that we're preferences also for educational proximity. Long Beach City College, Long Beach State. Wonderful. Didn't have that before. Looking forward to that. So I will get off my pedestal at this point and just say that I look forward to further discussion, further discussing this with my colleagues behind the rail. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to consider. And I see that HR and civil service are sitting next together here. Wonderful. That wasn't always possible, but I'm glad to see that there. And I'm looking forward to getting a department when it comes to, when it comes to election time, that we have something that's going to work for the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll continue the discussion, but thank you, Councilmember Yang. I think the hope here after the presentation is talk about the things you want to hear, because we got to hear it 3 more times. So what I'm hearing is we want to hear more details on how we're protecting merit-based hiring through this process. Let's keep a running list. Next is Councilmember Duggan.
First, I want to thank Council Member Oranga for his passionate words and input on this, and thank you to the public for coming out and speaking on this item. I'm appreciative of this item coming forward, and I want to acknowledge the hard work and the time that it has taken to bring this proposal forward. I want to thank the civil service team for all of their years of hard work in making the city. And I know it's a hard time right now for many, but I want to recognize their work in taking our city to where it is now. I also think we need to recognize that our system needs to be improved. For years, our community has heard that we could just do fill in the blank if we weren't facing staffing issues. As a community member, I would always think this was an excuse. But as a council member, I will tell you the staffing challenges across departments are real, and they need to be addressed immediately. In my first few months as a council member, my phone rang off the hook from residents who weren't getting their trash picked up. I went to Public Works. That's who handles picking up trash. I went to the city manager, and I wanted to know what we were doing to fix this problem. And that is how I was introduced to the hiring process. Thankfully, we were able to conduct a special hiring process, and we were able to fill, I believe it was something like, it was hundreds of positions in a fair. As a council member, I want to be responsive to my residents. They want their streets maintained, potholes filled. If we wanted to triple our maintenance staff, it would take at least a year. And we have a lot of potholes to fill. We need that staff now, not a year from now. People are knocking at the door for jobs. Now, our employees are our greatest assets and resource. We need to be able to hire employees within a timeline that allows us to be responsive to the needs of our neighborhoods. I hear Councilman Oranga We have to continue with our merit system. We have to put in protections. But I believe the work has been done to complete that by combining both HR and civil service. We need to stand up this program or even implement a role within a budget year without having to shift around existing employees, then leaving holes in other areas. We want to be able to hire CSAs in our police department. We want to hire police officers in a timely basis. We're struggling with vacancies. We need an efficient way to get through the hiring process. This is a way that we can immediately address staffing issues in our departments, especially when our residents are missing core services. I think our government, we need to be more responsive to residents, and I do believe that this is the step we need to make the process more efficient and quicker. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you. And this is a very key step in making our government more efficient and deliver better services. Next, we have Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. So on this item, there's an attachment E, which is it was a department review that was done regarding the civil service process. And so I just want to take the liberty, if you will allow me, just a couple comments that I highlighted from different departments. So police, on page 52, police, it says, the civil service cannot guarantee sufficient candidates for academy class scheduled in fall of 2024. That could be a problem. So at fire, an overarching statement: we have been disappointed by civil service departments' lack of understanding of the fire department's public emergency mission, role, and duties as employees of the city. The fire department has observed that civil service prioritizes abiding by outdated policies and rules instead of finding flexible, adaptable, and modern ways to quickly onboard qualified candidates. Then we have the development services. They said it's regarding the civil service processes, it lacks transparency, lengthy processing time, delays in opening list, inaccurate timeframes, retention issues. And so all of this needs to be addressed. But just give me, I have some time, so just let me go through this. It's not going to take me long. So Health and Human Services. Despite the departmental's request, Civil Service refused to remove banding from the classification, insisting that 50% of departments favored it, contrary to this claim. Administrative officers consistently voiced their opposition to banding. The management retreat further highlighted dissatisfaction with the banding system. Then the airport. The challenges that they've incurred has three issues: renewal of outdated list, inconsistent communications, and lengthy processing time. So we need to address all of those in this process. Financial management. The financial management department's greatest concern with the current civil service recruitment process is the frequent extension of eligibility list, in contradiction to our expressed desire not to extend after our own interviewing proves that the lists have been exhausted. The Harbor Department. The port is comprised of approximately 72% classified service positions and currently has 68 classified vacancies, making us a highly vested customer. From 2009 to present, it has taken an average of 362 days to fill a classified position with the port. So, I mean, I could go on and on. I mean, this is just I did read all 50 of these pages, and so, I mean, to say that we have a major organizational crisis that dramatically affects our workforce is an understatement. So I just want to say, Tom, thank you to your team. Thank you for this item. I know that it's been a journey so far, and I know we have a lot of work to do. The proposed charter amendment is an opportunity, like many of you have already said, to modernize our hiring system and make things more efficient. Anything that's similar to 1907 needs to be flippin' updated. Okay? You said that. You said similar, Tom, in the beginning. And so we have to modernize this, guys. So let's get to it.
All right, let's get to it. Next is Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the team for the presentation. I know we've been talking about this specifically for almost a year now, about the need, and I think my colleagues have articulated really clearly what our need is, as did the presentation, the need for a streamlined and efficient system for a merit-based hiring system here in the city. I had the honor to serve as a civil service commissioner. I understand the importance of the department and the commission. I also understand the necessity for an independent commission that employees can appeal to when they feel that something isn't quite right. It's an important check and balance on our system. And so I'm glad to see it remain and strengthened by a dedicated independent staff member. I'm heartened to hear about the meet and confer processes that have happened over the last couple of months. I think in the next couple of meetings, I'd like to hear a little bit more specifically about the proposal going in and the proposal that came out. And what we heard from employees very specifically. I know on page 25, you drilled it down to 4 or 5 of those things, but I think it's important for us to specifically hear the concerns that we heard from our labor partners in the city and the ways that the proposal has changed and been amended as it is before us here tonight. So that transparency of those conversations can be as public as is allowed by law. But knowing how much did we listen and how were we able to compromise in order to create an efficient and streamlined system. I want to thank the department, especially the commission, for the work that they do. As a former civil service commissioner, I know we take it really, really seriously. We hear stories of employees and processes where people are really demanding a fair hearing and justice in the work. And I want to thank the committee and the commission for the work that they do. Some of those hearings are 7 hours long over 4 or 5 days to get all of the information. So I want to thank them for their service and their input on this process, and I look forward to the next 2 meetings and supportive of moving this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Modica, Civil Services staff, commissioners, and HR staff. Really appreciate the amount of time that's put into where we are at today. We had a strategic planning session amongst the city council member with the mayor probably over a year ago, and one of the biggest, I think, common priority that kept coming up was improving our hiring process in our city. And this was really strongly felt during COVID. I think that, my office always had to respond that we're short-staffed, but that didn't change when COVID got better. It's still a problem. And I do agree with Councilwoman Duggan that at some point our residents just don't believe us and think that it's an excuse in why we don't want to be responsive, which is not the case. We absolutely want to be responsive. We want to be the best city serving our residents and our businesses. And so through that strategic planning process, we have asked City Manager Modica to bring forward a solution that will finally address this vacancy rate that we've had, this 22%, but also the challenge in retaining our talent. We've had challenges in promoting people, and they just can't wait any longer and have left. I can't imagine how many good talent we have lost or missed opportunity for those who really want to serve our city. And so I appreciate this opportunity that we have to begin this process in order for us to think about the best solution. And I want to ask some questions so that we can include it in probably the next meeting is, I'm curious of those cities who've changed from their civil service and HR kind of two-step process, how they have improved their hiring and recruitment process. How long did it take for them to get to their goal hiring time? I know that from the presentation shared earlier, we said we wanted 9 months. Can we get a sense on how long did it take them to change the system and get it to that time goal? And then I also am curious about how much, if we can, spent on studying this issue. I mean, there's been reports, there's been consultants, that's helped us to come to the same conclusion that we need changes. And I also like to know how much it would cost to change the system based on this item we're bringing forward. Lastly, I'm also interested in learning as well, with the last two standing city with this two-system process, Long Beach and San Diego, where is San Diego at? Are they also considering whether or not to change it to just one HR system? That's just a curiosity to see if this has now become really a modernization of how we need to do hiring, because as Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Allen has said, we've had this in place for over 100 years. And I think that it's really time to make sure it's, relevant to the needs of our city and the size. And lastly, I am just so excited about this local hiring preference. I have, just from coming from a labor background and working with young people in this city, it's always been a goal to make sure we educate people in our city and also retain their talent, and especially in the city service process, at a time when we are decreasing, I think, due to the Great Resign, I think that what it's called, Great Resignation. It's also, how do we have a great wave of getting more young people excited about public service? I love this, public service corps process that we have with the California, the governor's office, and I love to see how we can infuse that excitement for our young people locally. So that's it for now, and I yield my 35 seconds, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for all the incredible work and long hours that you have put into this. Also, thank you to the Civic Service Commission for all the work that they've done throughout the years. I think that my colleagues put it in the most simplest terms. I think that now is the time for change, and the change only going to make us a better city. So I absolutely agree with all that has been said behind the dais in regards to this. And one thing that I would add is that I'm excited for this new opportunity, and one of the things that I would encourage us to do as a city is not forget about those with disabilities that are out there wanting to be part of the city and wanting to be employed by the city, and for us to make an intentional effort to hire those with disabilities, because I do think that we're missing out on some talented and very capable individuals, and especially residents that live in our city. We do have a good number of people with disabilities working in the city, and they're doing fantastic, myself included. But I really want us to look into it and be very intentional. So I think this is a great opportunity to insert that. So again, thank you all who have worked so hard on this, and I look forward to more discussion.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Rick Sodi.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I feel like this has been it's been a long road, right, to get to where we are today. And I was actually just was looking at all of the memos we've gotten as as council members just this year, right? In January, we had the proposal of the city doing the charter amendment, and then in February we had the request for information for the Civil Service Commission, right, where you all put together a 100-page document, right, providing the Civil Service Commission with a significant amount of data from the different departments, et cetera, related to their perspective on why this was needed. And then in March, you did a follow-up letter to the commission, right, around addressing some of their concerns about some of that data and some additional questions, right? And then we polled it, right? And, we looked at what our community wanted, and our community was saying, like, hey, as several of my council member colleagues have discussed, like, this is something that we all realize as a city is something that needs to change, right? So I think we're all coming to the conclusion that this is necessary, so then we talk about the process. And I know for myself, one of the things that I would really like to hear more about is the slide where you all talked about the modernization to the recruitment and hiring process as we think about combining together, right, and making one streamlined process for civil service and HR. Because I'll note that when you all provided the data to civil service around the concerns that the city shares, the thing that was most impactful for me was the end of that document where you actually had a couple of applicants go through the process, right, of applying to be an administrative analyst. And one of the applicants, the first in their assessment of the process, the first line of their document said something like, this is the 139th day or something like that, right, of the recruitment process. And they talked about how outdated it was. They went through question by question, talking about how some of the questions that were asked of them, right, were about word processors and how do you do, internet research, right? And not to date myself, but when I was in college, I took a class called information handling. And that's what we did like 20 years ago, right? It was like Boolean searches and like how you use and things like that. Like that's not how anybody does anything anymore, right? And so something that I would really like to see is when we talk about that modernization process, like how does that change, right? Who's responsible then, right, for that oversight to say we're going to go in and not just listen to feedback, but actually make changes to how we're doing hiring. How are we matching that to the skill sets of the young people, right? We're talking about doing targeted hiring, right? Council members in Dayhouse talked about folks with disabilities, right? How are we matching how we're doing our recruitment to make sure we're getting that diversity that Councilmember Aranga discussed, right? So that's what I would like to hear. Thank you.
All right, I'm sure we can accommodate those requests. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and first of all, I will be supporting moving forward with this item for discussion purposes, but also understanding the importance of doing something about our staffing challenges here in the city. I really appreciate the conversation. It's been, pretty insightful as always. But I want to be really clear that we are not unique as a city with staffing challenges. Just about every public agency in the state is dealing with these same problems, no matter what their structure is or system is. You can go across the board, cities, counties, the state, every hiring process is belabored and it takes a long time. I think, and I have a great vantage point because I see it every day and experience it through my work. I'm not fully convinced that, changing the system is going to somehow, magically change, the process or even the interest in public service today. We celebrate public service and employees. It's a great profession and noble work to do, but there seems to be a shift in the workforce and interest in this work, and we need to do more to make it more appealing to folks to come to work for the city. The issue of long belated, this started out with not being able to staff, and we had a few crises with certain departments, and this city recognized, and this city council, mayor realized that, we have to do more. We have a problem and we need to address it. And so, coming up with a solution is what we do when we have problems, and so this is part of that. I think that, you know, when the slide 15 showed up, you know, there were a number of boxes that showed goals, right? I think we started out with maybe 1 or 2 goals. We need to address our staffing shortages, and we need to streamline hiring. But from the conversation, moving forward with this, with community, with stakeholders, with employee groups, unions, we've come up with, I think, other goals that can be accomplished through this this process, which I think is great. You know, obviously streamlining, you know, meeting diversity goals, being more inclusive, partnering with our educational partners. These are all things that we should be doing, whether or not we change our charter. Either way, we need to be doing that. And so, again, I will support this item. I am encouraged that we're talking about this and being deliberate about coming up with solutions. But at the same time, I will say that there are other cities, there are counties, there are other public agencies that are dealing with this same challenge right now, and their systems are not as convoluted as ours. So I think there might be bigger challenges that we need to also look at in terms of enticing people to work in public service again. And I think a lot of that has to do with how we compensate our employees. Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes our council colleague comments. I want to thank the city council for all your thoughtful feedback. I look forward to the discussions. Next, we'll have 3 discussions here, and we'll work together to with the city manager's office to make sure we package those presentations to address some of the concerns, interests that were raised here today. And I want to remind people, this is one part of a bigger commitment to public service, and it is Public Service Recognition Month. And everything from taking a look at how we value and treat employees with dignity. Everybody who is out there in our refuse department, they have a name, they have a family. We can't just expect that the trash gets collected magically. That's an individual there. And when they're working over and over and over, they get tired and they need holidays and need breaks. So we have to approach this with some degree of urgency. We also know that there is a lot of interest in public service. I mean, when we opened up the fellowships, paid fellowships, Public Service Corps, we rolled out 50 in the very first year. And there's a lot of interest, but the reality is the process takes too long for people to really believe that they can land a city job. And we've all seen the stories. You go through the process, is it worth my time going through this process? And there's no guarantee of anything at the end. And I think we have to just reconcile that the conditions in the workplace and the employment conditions, public sector, private sector, nonprofit sector, they're all evolving, and we have to evolve as well if we want to be competitive. And so this has to be one part of a broader commitment to making public service attractive again, talking about the bread and butter of having a pension, getting paid a union wage, a fair wage, being able to buy a home, and live in the community you work in, that intrinsic value. And so I see this as a part of a bigger discussion. So thank you to the council members. I look forward to continuing this discussion. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right. So there are a number of groups still here. I see you. I recognize you. Here's what I'm going to do. We have one more on charter reform. We're not going to take the presentation tonight. The presentation will be in the committee for the sake of time. So we will take up the item, but the Port's presentation will take place in the Charter Amendment Committee. So let's pull up the item 23.
Report from Harbor, recommendation to convene Charter Amendment Committee within 30 days to discuss placing a charter amendment before the voters to modify the terms, powers, and duties of the Harbor Commission and annual budget timeline.
All right.
Mayor, if I could
Sure, please.
quickly, I need to make an amendment to the description.
Please.
This item is also going to be changing the term for the Utilities Commission.
Right.
Thank you.
So again, we're gonna have a full presentation on this by the port and the city attorney's office in the committee meeting. Committee made up of the entire city council. Is there any public comment here? Okay. Councilmember Sorrow, anything? No. Councilmember Kerr? Okay, great. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right. There are a number of big items here, but who has school tomorrow? Raise your hand if you have school tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to take up the ones that have youth here. I see some skateboarders. I see, is this the Centro Cha item? What item are you here for? 22? 23? 22? We're going to do the skateboard item. We're going to do 22. We're going to get the kids out of here because they have school tomorrow. And then we're going to keep going through the agenda. I see a bunch of orange. We're going to handle those. We're going to get through all the rest of the items. So let's see, what is the skateboard item?
18.
You said 18? Let's hear item 18, please.
Communication from Councilwoman Kerr and Vice Mayor Allen, recommendation to request city manager to work with Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department and report back in 180 days on the feasibility of potential new sites for new skate parks in the city of Long Beach.
All right, Councilmember, I'm going to ask the presentation be brief.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Vice Mayor Allen for signing on to this item to pursue a feasibility study to identify potential new locations for skate parks in the city of Long Beach. We have a quick video and then just a couple comments, and then we're ready to go. Can we?
I feel like if I'd never got involved in Ask, I would be in the streets, you know, gang banging.
If Ask wasn't around, I'll be honest, I'll probably be in a gang.
The biggest benefits has been that we've made sure that the skate parks have been placed everywhere in the city, and especially in communities that traditionally have not had as much investment.
If you don't design and provide skate parks, your whole city becomes a skate park.
When we made the decision to develop the 14th Street Skate Park, which is the Michael K. Green Skate Park, that was one of the highest crime areas in the city of Long Beach, and people thought I was crazy.
Within 3 years after the Michael K. Green Skate Park was built, drug-related crime decreased by 60.9%, violent crime by 29.3%, overall crime 22.8%, and calls for service by 23%.
That's the skate park that really woke the city up. When we talk about skate parks benefiting cities and lowering crime, it's not just talk, we have proof.
There's a stigma with skate parks that it attracts the wrong crowd, when in all actuality, a lot of times it's attracting the kids who want an outlet, they want to do something creative.
And the stigma that skaters are troublemakers, that they're a nuisance, that they trespass. They do all those things because you didn't provide a place to skate for them.
When you go to a skate park, you see folks from every part of town, from disadvantaged communities and opportunity communities, all together celebrating and learning from one another through this art and craft and sport of skating.
This foundation has saved a lot of life, believe it or not, and it has brought skateboarding a long way.
I'm really thankful for ASK. They made me be able to say that I actually did have a childhood.
The A stands for action, and the S stands for sports, and the K is about kids. And that's the beauty of the Ask Foundation. They live and breathe that every day, and they make a difference.
1, 2, 3, skate it up!
So that's a preview of a documentary that you'll be able to watch very soon, and I'll let them tell you more about that. I want to thank Patrick Goddard, a District 5 constituent, avid skater, former Ask board member, and an advocate for the benefits of skating, for continue to advocate for skate parks, specifically in District 5 and a part of town that doesn't have as much access to skate parks, even though we have an incredible program in this city. I just want to give a brief overview. I know we have a big agenda. We owe a huge amount of credit, and he never wants to take it, to Mike Donelon, former city councilman and founder of local nonprofit Action Sports Kids. I have had the honor of knowing Mike, I think it's 45 years now, so almost all of my life, as a neighbor and a friend and a dad in the neighborhood. Since his time, he has become the nation's leader in skate park programs and youth-led efforts and about the benefits and the implementation of skate parks. He knows it as an active outlet for youth, ensuring there are safe spaces for them within our city. Mike created the skate park program in 1996 while on city council, and we have since seen the benefits and the culture change around skating in this city. So want to thank him, and especially the kids who prop him up every day. He will be the first person to say that it isn't about him. It's about the kids that he has the privilege to work with and serve and know and call family. So thank you to you kids for being here as well, and you young folks. We have a total of 10 skate parks throughout the city. With their own designs, elements, flow, local identity, they are known regionally, nationally, and internationally. Folks come here, I am told, from all around the world to skate some of those parks. So this is a map of our current skate parks. 7 of the 10 are south of PCH, 1 in the north, 1 in the east. And so tonight we're requesting a feasibility just to look at some additional locations. So as we get more interest and more funding, that we have spaces already identified to be able to add to this storied tradition of skating in this city. So that could include District 5, it could include Hartwell Park, it could include the beach, it could include a lot of places. But the ask tonight is for us to do a feasibility study to really identify what those could be in the future. And once we have possibilities and locations, I look forward to engaging with our young people and our skate community to help plan and design as we bring these up for consideration and as we consider funding sources. So thank you to Mike for the partnerships, the international partnerships that you have brought to the city and skate parks. And I ask my colleagues' support.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Kerr, for this item. And also just want to say thank you for inviting me to sign on. You know, I represent a lot of skaters in District 2, and I'm so happy to advocate for more skate parks throughout our city. You know, Ask and Mike, you're just amazing, and all the work that you do. And I know you're kind of behind the scenes kind of guy, and you're hanging out with your skaters and talking to your skaters, but I tell you what, boy, what you do is so, you know, is so important. And that video really spoke to all of us, like how important skate parks are. I mean, for those of you who said that skating kept you out of gangs, and that's huge. That alone is a testament to why we need more skate parks, because we want to keep kids doing other things besides gangs. And so I really thank you for that, for that. And you know, and I also want to say that I think that skate parks have become like a part of our fabric, you know, here in the city and part of our culture. So, and it also does a lot to reflect on our inclusivity and our diversity, you know, in the city. So there is, looking at that map, I see that there's need for a lot more skate parks. And so I think we should really consider, you know, all viable locations, you know, in the city. And so just, again, thank you, Mike, for all you do, and thank you, Councilwoman Kerr.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Exodi.
I'm enthusiastic to support this particular item. Thank you so much to my council members for bringing it forward. And I think that what really spoke to me was 2 things. One was that map that you showed, that I've never felt so privileged to have a skate park in my district until I saw the map, where I was like, oh, it's like a whole, like, it was like a big, I mean, literally, it's like you see a big hole in the middle of the city, right? Where our young people don't have access to a skate park, and I just legitimately hadn't thought about that, right? Until you visually see it, and so the power of data, right, and information. And the other thing was just thinking about, as we think about public safety as a continuum, right, and the things that we can do to make our community safer, and thinking creatively about those things. And so that story about the impact of putting at a skate park in a particular community, and all of those statistics that were shared in the video, it was incredible. So thank you so much. I'm delighted to support this. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Councilwoman Kerr and Vice Mayor Allen, for bringing this item forward. I represent at least 3 skate parks around where I live, and I am so thrilled. And thank you, former Councilmember Mike, for all that you've done and to uplift the skate parks. I love when every time that I pass by a skate park, it's always full and it's always has youth, having fun, showing off, doing tricks that I wish I could. But I just love seeing that, and I love seeing the community come out, and especially in the neighborhoods during the summertime where there's a lot of houses, and even our local schools where there is no air conditioning, and it's so nice to see them come out and have fun outside in the skate parks and stuff. So it's moments like that that really stay in my memory, and I thank you every time that I see the children out there having a great time. Like in the video, it said that if there were no skate parks, the whole city would be a skate park, and I agree on that because I think that all they want is a place where they can show their talents, where they can show off to their friends, and a skate park that is especially designed for them to do that also prevents injuries and lets them show off in a safe way. So thank you for all that you've done. Skaters, thank you for all the excitement that you bring to our skate parks, and keep on doing the things that you do.
All right, thank you. Mike, public comment time. Come on down. Let's get these kids back home so they can go to school tomorrow.
Mayor, I can do this in 3 minutes.
All right.
I'm going to do this in 3 minutes.
Hey, don't start the clock on him yet. He hasn't started yet.
I've been babysitting skateboarders for 20-something years, and they're terrified of me, actually. First of all, my name is Mike Donlon. I live at 6245 East Golden Sands. And my office is at the historic Villa Riviera. I'm going to introduce our future Olympians who have been with me for a very long time. This kid has been with me since he's like 12 or 13 years old. He is my wingman. He does our website. Just an incredible young kid. And Vice Mayor, all of these kids are Orizaba kids. So they're your kids, our kids. And then we got, who are we going to start with? Justin. And Kaylin. And Caden. I'm sorry, and Jaden and Taj. I can't remember names. I look in the mirror, can't remember my own. And this one right here is here to tell you that girls skate too. Anyway, I'm gonna breeze through this real fast. Ask Foundation is the oldest, most successful skateboarding nonprofit in the country. We're privately funded with 90% of our funding coming from the Peck family of Long Beach. In 1996, when I brought forward an agenda item to do a feasibility study on skate park development, we engaged the youth. Prior to that, with Long Beach legend Betty Carnett, she and I sat in her Sacramento office with a little yellow scratch pad notebook and negotiated the draft language that added skateboarding to the list of hazardous sports that cities can provide for. The key to our success is youth involvement from start to finish, and it's recognized all over the world for what we do with these kids. Our youth pride of ownership is why skate park program is so successful. That success is recognized across the country and the world. The benefits and success of our skate parks, not only for our most at-risk youth, but all that ride our skate parks is well documented. And adults get a lot of credit and photo ops, but the success of a skate park depends on the kids that ride them. That's why the pride of ownership is absolutely critical. And the premiere will be June 20th at the Arts Theater, and I would love for all of you to be there. Fun fact, 4,000 pre-public skate parks in the USA, approximately 25 million visits a year. Long Beach used it in 7 skate parks, and I used Eldo, Mike Green, McBride, Orizaba, Houghton, Lincoln, and Silverado. Approximately 800,000 visits over the years, and approximately 250 visits per day at the 10 skate parks. That's 91,250 visits per year. I'm a walking encyclopedia with skate parks, and that ends my, did I do my 3 minutes? One more thing.
No, that was good.
That's good, huh? I've done this before.
You've done this
But
before.
let me, one more thing. I with all my heart, I really want to tell all of you how much I appreciate your leadership and your dedication to the city, its residents, and especially our kid. And with all my heart, I just want you to know that you are absolutely the second best city council that's ever served in life. Thank you guys very much. We're done.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, Mike, you know, I'm down with studies and stuff, but I say let's just build some skate parks. Let's make this study shouldn't take so long.
Well, you've
We'll
been
start
around
building
a long
some
time.
skate
When
parks.
you were a staff member and you always came out to the kids at Houghton. And
Oh, yeah.
We love you for that.
And I think we need to be going after skating for the Olympics too in 2028.
I know
I don't
the
think there's
people.
any other city in LA
Yeah, we
County
can do
committed
that.
to skating like
And-
Long Beach
and
has been.
Councilmember Kerr, I just want to call you kiddo or Megan because it's been for so long. But thank you so much, and thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank
All
you
right.
very much. I gotta
Thanks a
feed
lot.
these Kids, we're out. Thank
All
you.
right, members, please cast your vote. Oh, we already did. Oh, there's one more. Sorry, Deborah. One more public comment. Forgive me. Deborah Bitance.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, City Council. I just want to thank you so much. Back in 2010, well, 2009, I'm a neighborhood leadership graduate. We built a garden in the 6th District for D. Andrews, and then we built another garden, and that's when the 14th Street Skate Park went in. Under the Weed and Seed grant, and with the gardens and the skate park, we reduced gang violence by 10%. So this is definitely an excellent program. What I would like to see, because I build gardens at Orizaba, we want to make sure that in the feasibility we look at a comprehensive program where the kids have things to do after school besides skating. Definitely want to include skates. Definitely want to include places to sit, gardening, and some other activities. We think we can put it all in one in a comprehensive, and definitely make sure at minimum we have standards that we have one in each district. We've been up at Michelle Obama Garden, so we can definitely use, and I live in Bixby next to Hughes, and the kids need something to do after school. So we're definitely supportive of this, and whatever we can do to help, we will do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. All right. We will do the other youth item, 22. Thanks, Mike. You're good. Thank you. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the next youth item, then we're going to do the two items with the guys in the orange, the carpenters. So let's get the other youth item out of the way, 22.
Report from Economic Development and Public Works, recommendation to execute all documents with GoBiz to facilitate a change in scope of a prior city-awarded grant to allow the city to be able to disperse funds directly to Central Cha. Execute all documents necessary to rescind the purchase option included therein and cancel escrow for city-owned property at 1858 Atlantic Avenue, and execute all documents necessary to terminate joint application and indemnification agreement with Central Cha, District 6.
All right, we'll do a brief staff report here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is an important project we've been working on with Central Cha for several years, and we've been fortunate to get some resources from the state to really work on this, but as we know, construction costs and things have been very, very expensive and going up. This project ran into some challenges, and we are here to present a solution that will help Central Cha do all the great workforce programs that they do and provide them a permanent place working with state funding. I will turn it to Mary for a quick staff report, and we're very excited to be here tonight.
Thank you. Mayor's member of the City Council. The item before you is related to the development of a workforce development center located at 1858 Atlantic Avenue. The city and Central Cha began this partnership in 2019, entering into a lease with an option to purchase for the subject property. Central Cha exercised their purchase option in April 2020. In August 2020, City Council authorized a joint application with Centro to the U.S. Economic Development Agency for Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program funds towards the project. In April 2021, that application was amended to contribute $500,000 of the proceeds of sale from the subject property back into the center. Entitlements were received and construction documents were prepared throughout 21 and 22. And concurrently in 2022, City Council accepted a $5 million grant from GoBiz to assist with construction of the project. And I apologize, but I don't have the thing for that. To date, approximately $800,000 in net grant funds have been spent on the pre-construction and design work. As we have moved through the process, rising construction costs have made the project cost prohibitive. Both the city and Centro have agreed to cease development on 1858 Atlantic Avenue and enter into a funding and termination agreement to allow the funds to be provided directly to Central Cha for the purchase and development of another suitable property and end all contractual agreements related to 1858 Atlantic. Through the proposed agreement, Central Child will have 4.2 in remaining grant funds to purchase and develop a property suitable for its headquarters and constituent-serving workforce development center. The agreement will run through June 30th, 2025, or until funds are fully expended. The city will issue an initial disbursement of $400,000 to be used for an earnest money deposit in escrow and any due diligence items related to the purchase of their property. Once the city receives the notice that escrow is ready to close, the city will issue payment of the balance of funds due. Any remaining grant funds after the purchase shall be used for renovation or preparation of the new property for Central Chaw's occupancy, including space planning, construction, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, subject to the city's oversight and verification process. A restrictive covenant will be recorded against the new subject property, restricting the use as a workforce development center for a minimum of 20 years. Once the funding and termination agreement is fully executed, the lease, the escrow, and the joint application that are related to 1858 Atlantic Avenue will be terminated. Therefore, the recommendation before you is to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to amend the grant agreement with GoBiz to allow the city to distribute the funds directly to Central Chaw, execute the funding and termination agreement, and terminate the lease, including the purchase option, cancel escrow, and terminate the joint application. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer questions.
All right. Thank you very much. I just want to note that Councilwoman Sorrow couldn't queue up to make the motion, so let's reflect that she's the mover on the item. We'll go to her to speak first.
Mayor, can we go to public comment first?
Okay, there's one member of the public signed up to speak. Jessica Quintana, come on down.
Only one member. But we come with many members and many people who are watching today. So on behalf of Central Cha and our board of directors who's watching, and our community constituents and family, and of course youth, some of them had to leave, but we have a lot of folks watching. On behalf of our board, we just want to thank our city council, our mayor, Tom Modica, his incredible team, Tyler, April, Bo Martinez. Mary has been with us since the beginning of this journey. This hasn't been overnight. So I know a lot of people think like, oh my God, this is a quick turnaround. Central Child's looking for a building. I think what people don't understand is this has been a true journey. We have been displaced 8 times. So I don't know of any other organization who has had to move their whole operations 8 times in the city, but we have. And thanks to goodness, you know, because we have such a great program and constituents who need our services, we've been able to move, provide services without a hiccup, you know, during those 8 times. But that takes a lot out of operations for an organization to be able to grow and develop. So today is a historical day. It's a major milestone for us. And I don't want to cry because I know the day that we do the ribbon cutting, I'll be crying. But you know, this is a special day for us to be able to have this partnership with our city, to really be on this journey together. And Tom, you know, thank you so much. I know it's been a lot, and Tyler has been like a true champion in April, and you know, really planning and doing this work. But you know, the Atlantic property, we truly appreciated that offer. The challenge is that, you know, inflation hit and the supply and demand just really exceeded us to be able to develop that property. So we're so thankful for the opportunity to be able to move forward and purchase a building where we can continue to do the services that we do. I mentioned earlier that we have prioritized workforce development, higher education as a priority under the organization. We underwent a strategic plan 20 years ago that was funded by the California Endowment because of the violence that was happening in our community. Because as we were looking at all the systems and the challenges that our young people are facing in our communities that were living in these disinvested neighborhoods were enduring, we really focused on workforce development, job training, health education, outreach, citizenship, immigration services. We are a Department of Justice approved organization, so we provide free immigration, DACA services, and consultations to our community. And we've been doing this since 2008. And we've been continuously funded by the state of California to provide this service to our community. So I have the most hardworking team in the city. I know you all do too. But my team is from Long Beach. They represent Long Beach. They have compassion and dedication. They work to help those to get jobs, to become union members, to get support in technology and in the medical healthcare field. We entered a contract with Long Beach City College and with Healthcare Careers College and implemented the first ever English language learner medical assistant training program. We work with youth every day. They're our priority. We help them to move to and from our community to ensure that they stay on track and stay in school and have that pathway to higher education. My workforce development team here works with those who are returning back to our community, who have left our community to either, to the prison system, to the juvenile justice system, and are
Ma'am.
coming back to connect with their families here
Your time's
and get
concluded.
on a path to good jobs in higher education. Our incredible immigration team who's here.
Ms. Quintana, your time's
They've
concluded.
helped over 641 people last year become naturalized citizens and have 200 DACA applications. And we're very fortunate because all of them, their fees were waived. And they got all their fees for free. My health and safety justice manager, Ariana, leads a huge effort in our city. She's the one who oversees Cesar Chavez, the Cultural Center, providing education and outreach to our community during the time of the pandemic. We operated the Vaccinate All 58 for the state of California, ensuring that we had vaccine. Online and get appointments and work
Thank you.
closely with our health department to do that. And then of course our fearless team, our promotoras that work diligently in the community every single day to ensure our community members get the accurate information they need to be able to make the right decisions on behalf of their children and families.
Thank you.
And one more thing, my Safe Passage team. So Safe Passage team who is out in West Long Beach that ensures the safe passage of those young people traveling to and from Stevens and Cabrillo High School that was funded by Long Beach Unified School District. Another partnership, provides that safety.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Jessica, thank you so much. I will tell you, you are really the definition of a community champion. You don't let barriers, inflation, the pandemic stop you. You still are out there championing our community. So, and I've watched you since I was 25 years old, and you have not slowed down. So this is a big feather in your cap. Tom, how long till we get this project done? Bo, Tom, Mary. Mary got the answers.
Processing the paperwork will probably only take about a week. And then we have about 30 days until we issue the first initial payment.
All right.
So within 30 days we should have
Well,
the
that's your
deposit.
part, right? But the projects will be delivered. Good. Well, Mary's moving. She said in a week she's gonna see some progress. So, thank you so much. We got to take it back behind the rail. Right. Absolutely.
So I think everybody knows that team, and of course Roberto. Thank you so much for being our champion and always supporting the organization and the work that we do. So, we just again are very thankful. It's a special day and a milestone. So.
All right. Well, congratulations, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes. Congratulations. I was just thinking the same thing. I've known Jessica since I was 26. So it's been a long time. And I think the first office I remember you being in was on Pine Avenue. I don't know if you were, yeah. Was it? Okay. Yeah, so when I met you, it was at the Pine Ave. That was my first Central Cha office I've been to and I definitely know it's been a journey for you to find a place. But over that time, at that time I was an executive director of My Girls in Action, so we've done quite a few work together in coalition, and I've really appreciated the work you've done in our community, and it's definitely grown over time. I remember there's just a staff of 5, right? Oh, is it 2? But look at now I understand why you need a building, and I'm so glad, appreciative of all the team who's worked really hard on this. Tyler, Tom and April in the city manager office, but also Eric Lopez, who's been in public works, to Bo and Mary. It's been a collective effort to find a place where you can continue the service, and I think the service that's really been important is the workforce development. I do know that I was hoping you would open your space there because it's a great need, but I do know that no matter where you go, you're always going to continue to provide the service that the community needs. So it is a major milestone, and I just wish the very best for you and hope that you won't be too far from the 6th district when you open up, because as you know, many of my constituents have benefited from the work that you've done, and I hope we'll continue to do so. So congratulations again.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
I'm so excited, so very thrilled that we are here today. I came into this journey. It wasn't in my jurisdiction, right? But I've been part of this journey and following this, and I just want to thank city staff, Tom, Tyler, April, of course, Mary, Economic Development, Public Works, for all their hard work and for recognizing what an amazing organization Centro Cha is, and on top of recognizing what an amazing organization they are, recognizing the importance of their presence in our community and how Centro Cha continues to change lives, whether it is by providing employment, whether it is by providing a pathway to citizenship, whether it is by providing a pathway to DACA. I mean, I've been so blessed to work hand in hand with you when it comes to violence prevention in our communities, when it comes to providing vaccines in the community in an equitable way. I mean, we've done so much work together that you deserve a home where you could just focus on the work that you're doing and focus on the community without having to fear, where are we going to be next month? And actually, that's been the case, the fear of where is Centro Cha going to be next month. So I am just thrilled to death that we are here. Congratulations, Jessica. Thank you for being our champion in the Latino community. Thank you for all of us, for giving us someone to look up to and to admire and to work with as we continue to uplift our Latino community. And you're welcome, everyone, as well. So not only for the Latino community, but that's one of the things that I utmost love about Centro Cha and all of its board members and everybody who gives their sometimes volunteer hours, lots of volunteer hours, just to uplift the community. So again, thank you, city staff. Great job, and congratulations, Centro Cha.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you. And I've been working with Centro Cha for over 30 years or so. Young girl at the time. So I wish you so well. And then tell my son, spend it wisely. And I'm sure that you will find a permanent home. Looking forward to that. Good luck.
All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, congratulations. All right, moving right along. These children here, public comment, right? All right, let's go. Let's do public comment. So we have Okay, Tony Tripp, is that you?
That's
All
me.
right, good, let's go.
Great. City Council, thank you for having us, allowing us to speak today. Mayor. I'm Tony Tripp. I'm the Advancement Director for Holy Innocents School. We are located in the Wrigley part of town on the corner of Willow and Pacific. Last March, the Planning Commission approved the expansion of our school. You may have heard about that. I'm here to provide you with an update on the project, but first I want to give you a little bit of information on our school just in case you're not familiar with it. In 1958, we were built, and 6 years ago, our school made the switch to a classical liberal arts curriculum, and since that time, our school has experienced an exponential growth. Before the starting of the pandemic, our school had about 139 students, and this school year we have now 280 students enrolled. And we already have enough applications to break 300 students for next school year. There are several facts about our school that set us apart from many other schools. First, we are a TK through 12 school, meaning we go all the way through high school. The first of Archdiocese schools in Los Angeles that have that distinction. Second, we are a mission school, meaning we operate more like a nonprofit charity rather than a typical private school. 80% of our students are on financial aid. And in fact, 85% of that student body live within a 2-mile radius of the school. So if you know that neighborhood, you know the students that we are serving. And today I brought some scholars with me, Catherine, who's right here, and her younger sister, where's she at? Oh, she's in the audience filming. And we also have Jessie here, who's an 11th grader, as well as Angelina, who is a part of our first senior class who's graduating this year. And they actually went to Rome. We fundraised and sent their whole senior class, we have 7 of them, to Rome, and they spent the Holy Week in the Vatican. So they've had an amazing experience that most kids don't usually get. In fact, most of them have probably never even been on a plane, let alone to Europe, and now they're going and doing those things. So we're very proud to be one of the few schools in the nation that operate in this model where we provide this type of service to kids, underserved populations, and we're proud to be located here in Long Beach. So on for my update, wanted to let you know that we completed our feasibility study, and now we are in a community engagement and promotion phase, hence why I'm here giving you the report. I've also included one of these. This is our promotion packet that we have to show the fundraising that we are going to be doing, and we've already going to be kicking off our campaign at the end of this year. I also wanted to let you know that we are also preparing to put in some modular buildings to get prepared for the construction that's going to be taking place, but also to deal with the growth that we've had this past year. So I wanted to give you that update, make sure I don't go over time, and let you know that we will be coming back and giving periodic updates so you know all the great things that are happening in the
All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, next is Corey Joseph, then Anthony Holmes. Is Corey here? All right, please come forward. As you come to the front, next is Anthony Holmes, then Andy Oliver, Joey Shields, then Adri. All right, you're recognized.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow councilmen. My name is Corey Joseph. I'm the Director of Operations and owner of Sunshine Skate Center. We are actually a new roller skating rink going in to the Lakewood Mall. I spent the better part of last year negotiating a lease that was favorable for us. As you know, the mall sits right on Del Amo, which is the border of Lakewood and Long Beach. However, Long Beach Unified School District is centered where we are as well. There are approximately 150,000 kids that are within a 5-mile radius of our skating rink, 70,000 which are from Long Beach Unified. I've brought with me a rendering just to show you what the front's going to look like. So about 2 weeks ago, we actually obtained our conditional use permit from the city of Lakewood. Extremely favorable of us being there, very supportive. And so we wanted to just take the time to let the city of Long Beach know what we're doing. This is a project that I've been working on for the last 8 years. It's been a passion of mine since I was 5 years old. My mom and dad were professional roller skaters, and hence growing up in the skating community. I was very moved to hear about the skate parks. You know, I was actually something I was excited to listen to today. But the things that they talked about with regards to skating for our youth It's the same for us growing up as kids when we skated, and then also for adults. It's a space for us to be able to express ourselves, to have fun, have fun. Our sessions are very affordable, so you're not paying, more than $20 for an adult and $14 for a kid. We actually are going to offer fundraising opportunities. So I actually have two businesses. One is based in Signal Hill, and I've also worked in the city of Long Beach. I'm a strength and conditioning coach, so I've had my business now for 17 years. And I've trained over 1,000 kids. Some have gone on to the NFL and the NBA. And one of the things that I see is a lot of kids have to come out of pocket, and parents have to pay for travel experience and so forth. So one of the things we'll do is we'll offer fundraising components. For example, if a school organization wants to fundraise, we would earmark tickets for them with a promo code, and they would sell those tickets under that promo code and receive up to 40% back. That's much higher than you get from other places. I'm really excited to bring this to life. I know that during COVID, a lot of people were looking for things to do, and skating was one of those things that took off. One of the gentlemen that I'm actually bringing on site owns a skate pro shop in Paramount, and he actually customizes skates for people like Usher and Beyonce. And so I've known him for over 15 years, and so I'm excited to have him on board as well. But I just wanted to share this with you. I'll be coming back for more updates as well. We are looking for assistance. So this is a project that, my wife and I have started, but we are in need of some assistance as well. So thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
No, sir, but thank you so much. Congratulations on your business. Lakewood is the greater Long Beach area, so congratulations.
And you guys each got stickers.
Thank you.
So those stickers, if you go to the top right, the QR code, that takes you right to our Instagram page. So feel free to follow us.
Thank you. Congratulations
Thank you.
again. Next is Anthony Holmes, then Andy Oliver.
I'll try talking calm today because I don't want to tune the white people out, Rex. Systemic racism. Since I've been coming down here last year, that's all I've been talking about. I never talked about a race, nothing like that. It was always about systemic racism. I've been coming down here for a year and 2 months. Christina Duggan, I know you was endorsed by the police commission. Do you check when they get hired, do you look into the background of the police department, the ones that get hired? Because Ashton Lunar, he should have been fired. He should have been gone. He got all these allegations on him. I was just worrying about my department, which is the refuse trash departments. And now I got to tap into everything. I mean, you and Supernaw, y'all laugh about systemic racism when I was talking last month. And Vice Mayor Sidney Allen, I have no problem with gay people. I love gay people. I think they're the most talented group of people on this planet, next to black people, of course. But in the LGBTQ, you have all variety of nationalities. So if I didn't have gay people in my family, which is my 2 sisters and my queer nephew, I would think something different. But as for Ramon Garcia, Jim Koo, Deco Malconian, I don't like those ones that spit down on my race and try to keep us oppressed. Also, Rex, for you to sit there and say that you don't want black people thinking that you just supposed to do stuff for black people, why you don't say that about white people? Why you don't say that about Asian people? Why you don't say that about Mexican people? Why it always got to be our own people that come at us? You can look me in my eyes. I'm looking directly at you. This is directed to you. I'm trying to help you out. So, and as for people that come down here to these city council meetings, don't believe nothing you hear, only believe half of what you see. Also, and for Ramon Garcia to still be working in not the art department, but the EEO, you should have done something about that. You should have done something about Tom Modica. He disrespected you for a whole year. The whole city is talking about it, not just black people. Also, it's just sad, like in the refuse department, it was majority of black people up in that department. Now y'all slowly kicking us out. And if Eric Lopez was smart enough, he would put every black and Mexican person on a truck together. all this conflict with Mexicans and blacks in the community outside of the job, you should bring us together. You can sit up there and look all lost and all that, but it's okay. It's okay. All the conversations that you have behind closed doors, most of them was recorded. Allegedly. Let me just say allegedly, because I know how you guys get. You can't record nobody without their consent, but allegedly. So, but that's all I got to say. All right, Al, I'll see you.
Next speaker is Anthony Oliver. Is Anthony here? Andy Oliver. Okay, next is Joey Shields. And after Joey Shields is Adri, Adri. All right, Joey, you're up.
Hello, Mayor, council members, city staff, as well as members of the community. My name is Joey Shields, and I'm an affordable housing professional and renter. I'm here today because my friend Maria Lopez is being evicted from her home of 20 years due to a substantial remodel in the next 2 weeks. Maria Lopez is a pivotal member of our community, and she has fought tirelessly to preserve the rights of tenants citywide, but also region-wide. It's an absolute shame that someone as impactful and as important to Long Beach as Maria is being forced to leave her home due to the actions of a property owner who is only seeking to gain greater profit. Agenda item 17, which will be covered later tonight, details the city's desire to create and preserve affordable housing citywide. A key pillar of this plan is preserving existing affordable units to ensure no net loss. But how can we be sure that there is no net loss? How is this currently being tracked? Additionally, in the most recent housing element, the city is committed under Action 5.2.2 to minimize displacement of substantial remodels and adopt a code amendment related to substantial remodels, provide fact sheets online, resources, and committed to collecting data. But the available data online is outdated and falls woefully short of what is necessary to track this information properly. Most importantly, no code amendment has been implemented to date, leaving community members like Maria to fall through the cracks and experience the devastating impacts of being from being displaced from their long-term homes. I urge the city to consider emergency protections for Maria and other renters threatened by a substantial remodel. You have the power to help Maria. Please wield this power that you all have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next is Adri.
Hello, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Adri, and I'm a member of the Long Beach community and a renter. I am here today because my friend, a vital member of our community, is being evicted from her home of over 20 years. Maria Lopez has dedicated her time and energy to the residents of this community for decades now. Many of you who know and love Long Beach know Maria. Due to a substantial remodel, she is now set to be displaced from her home in less than 2 weeks. 2 weeks to pack up a home in which countless community meetings, birthdays, gardening sessions, and memories have been held. The city's tenant protections are not enough. It is outrageous to allow tenants to be evicted for substantial remodels without giving them the right to return to their homes and to their communities. This practice threatens tenants' stability and security and undermines the fabric of our community. According to our most recent housing element, around 60% of Long Beach's populations are renters, and over 43% of residents are burdened by housing costs, paying over 30% of their income to stay housed. In addition to these alarming statistics, the city also committed under Action 5.2.2 to minimize displacement of substantial remodels, adopt a code amendment related to substantial remodels, provide fact sheets online for online resources, and also to begin collecting data. But where is the data? The latest publicly available information is from an April 2023 city memo that states that less than 5 substantial remodel evictions have occurred citywide since 2020, a claim that any renter in Long Beach knows is impossible. Long Beach is undergoing some of the fastest redevelopment in the country, and yet we fail to track evictions in our own city. I do not believe we are seeing even the tip of the iceberg when it comes to evictions. Substantial remodel is too broad of a definition to allow for displacement. While relocation assistance is provided to help displaced tenants, it falls far short of the true cost of displacement. The relocation assistance level is inadequate in Long Beach, where the average one-bedroom apartment now ranges from $1,700 to $1,900, and affordable housing is scarce. For anyone who has been a renter and moved in the city, you understand the costs that pile up, from apartment application fees to deposits to moving expenses. This is not to mention the emotional and physical toll of displacement itself. It is time for Long Beach to close the loopholes that exist in its policy surrounding substantial remodels and fully adhere to its commitment to its residents. If we want to support the preservation of existing affordable housing units, we must strengthen our rental protections for our community's health, safety, and well-being. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes public comment. We're gonna go item 17, then 15, and then we have the item 19, 17, 15, 19. Let's go. 17, please.
Communication from Mayor Richardson, Councilwoman Kerr, Chair of the Housing and Public Health Committee, and Councilwoman Zendejas. Recommendation to request City Manager to explore and report back with recommendations on immediate and long-term actions to improve the affordable housing environment in the City of Long Beach.
All right, thank you. So this is Housing Innovation Week. This week we're hosting a series of housing roundtables, announcements, releasing our point-in-time homeless count numbers, annual process that we do, and hosting meetings that highlight real experiences of individuals in Long Beach impacted by the region's housing affordability crisis and foster a collective understanding on what we can do to continue to innovate and ultimately produce more housing for our residents. The proposal tonight is a part of this housing-focused week, consisting of 5 key policy opportunities, each playing an important role in our mission to address the need for more accessible and affordable housing for our residents. There's really 5 key areas that we're asking the city to take a look at. 1, we placed a big focus on making our processes move faster on approving affordable housing during our declaration of emergency. And in February, we began the process of transitioning out of that emergency, but we learned a lot during that period of time. So we're now approving affordable housing development in 60 to 90 days, and depending on the project, and we'd like to make sure that we continue some of those processes of getting housing approved in 90 days. So the first element is take some of those elements from the emergency and make them permanent. The second thing, we want to implement inclusionary housing zoning citywide. City Council approved an inclusionary zoning policy in February of 2021, which requires new development in downtown and midtown to include 11% affordable units in new market rate buildings. And after near record years for housing submittals and entitlements in the downtown and in the midtown area, it's clear that inclusionary zoning in Long Beach doesn't suppress production. And so a policy that applies to the rest of the city, which would help collect and gain new affordable housing units in all parts of Long Beach, should be prepared for the City Council discussion and consideration soon. So I look forward to having follow-up conversations with the market rate development community throughout this process as we continue to explore this important policy opportunity. Third, pursue a youth right to housing in the City of Long Beach through the Long Beach Housing Promise. With the present momentum that we have in Long Beach on housing production and the Long Beach Housing Promise and the planned opening of our city's first Youth Navigation Center and our new Youth Workforce Center, we now are beginning to develop the infrastructure necessary to reduce and ultimately eliminate youth housing insecurity in the city of Long Beach. We'll be talking more about this week, but in light of this momentum, we're asking the city to double down on these initiatives, work with federal, state, county, and educational partners to identify the strategies, the resources, and the housing models needed to define and establish a youth right to housing in Long Beach in the future. Fourth, increase homeownership supports for Long Beach residents. The city of Long Beach now offers first-time home buyer assistance for low and moderate income families with purchasing their first home and building multi-generational wealth. I bought my first home when I was 25 years old in Long Beach, but I had help. President Obama had down payment assistance, $8,000 tax credit, and the FHA program. Well, $8,000 doesn't cut it anymore. You're going to need significantly more to meet that 3 to 4% down payment. And so we want to continue this support here in Long Beach. Through this program, approximately 100 families will receive up to $25,000, and this program will be life-changing for those families. But there's 100,000 renters in our city, and we need to figure out ways to scale this program. And so this asks the city to begin to look and seek and expand homeownership options, particularly for low-income households, seniors on fixed income. So we want to begin to study that more deeply. And then lastly, explore innovative solutions for inclusive and sustainable housing. So even with all the great work that Long Beach is doing on housing, we still need to continue to innovate to tackle complex problems. So this directive asks the city to look into several innovative housing policy ideas, including loans to homeowners that plan to build accessory dwelling units on their properties to help house housing choice tenants. Let's partner our housing authority with the progress we're seeing with ADUs, and we're seeing real progress with the ADU per capita leader in the state of California. How can we continue streamlining the development of housing and modular housing? How can we develop partnerships with the building industry to better engage and recruit local minority developers? How can we modernize citywide zoning by expanding the zone-in processes that we've seen in Central Long Beach, on the west side, and North Long Beach? How can we expand that to make sure we're continuing to have community-based zoning updates across our city? Explore a variety of social housing models, both for rental and for home ownership. Accelerate age-friendly housing opportunities for seniors and people with disabilities. Figure out how we can continue to explore waiving permit fees on affordable units. Explore the city's purchase of market rate units and converting them to affordable units. Begin interagency discussions regarding the repositioning of public housing in our city to provide more modern housing and affordable units. Streamline commercial to housing convergence in downtown with a focus on expanding student housing and bring students more fully into our downtown. And provide more opportunities for housing decarbonation to improve both indoor and outdoor air quality. And lastly, to explore fair chance housing policies, which prohibit blanket discrimination of rental applicants based on a tenant's prior conviction history. So together, these are strategies and solutions that we want to continue to further explore that will help provide stable, affordable rental and ownership opportunities so that Long Beach remains an accessible place to live and work and build business. I want to thank all the folks who have submitted letters of support here, from the business community with the LA Business Council to community groups like Libre and Long Beach Forward, housing development community, labor community. We certainly want to thank everyone who's expressed support for moving in this direction. So that said, we're going to go to public comment, then we take it behind the rail to the council. So public comment, I'm going to read the list of speakers. Ruben Minjarez is first. Karen Rezide, Ray Lawson, Adri, Stephen Donahue, Joey Shields, James Suazo, Andre Donato, Maria Lopez, Nazir Abillones, and Deborah Bitance. Now, some of these have gone, I'm counting, oh, there's two more. Okay, Mike Murchison and Ronald Moeller. So that's 13, so that means the time goes down to 90 seconds. Thank you. Ruben, you're up, sir. And thanks for being patient.
No worries. Thank you all for your time, Mr. Mayor, council members. So I'll just make this short and not take all 90. I'm a Long Beach resident, bought my first home here 9 years ago, and I'm constantly having these conversations. I'm constantly talking to my colleagues. I want the apprentices, I want the young people to buy homes here, live here. Strong support of this, approve this. Our apprenticeship, our youngsters, our cubbies like we call them, they want to work and live here. So this affordable housing thing, any way we can make it work, get language in there, obviously, like we always talk about, for wages and benefits. But again, most of my colleagues, they come here to work in the Port of LA and Long Beach, down Naples, 2nd Street, and they don't live here. So this affordable housing thing is big, and this week is really cool. And I know there's a lot on your plates, but again, just wanted to take a little bit of time, and being the fact that I live here, trade here, and love this city, and just to thank you very much. And yes, Ruben Minjarez, Long Beach Carpenters, Local 562. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruben. Ruben's a scuba diver mechanic. Pretty cool stuff. All right, next speaker, please.
Karen Reside, President of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. And thank you for bringing this forward. this is really a strategic look at what we need to do to kind of solve some of our housing problems. And kudos to all of you for bringing this forward. There's some things, though, looking at it from a senior perspective, that we would like to see included. Seniors have some unique issues. Couch surfing. There are so many seniors that are couch surfing right now because they can't afford the rent. We're really concerned about the data from the homeless count because the statistics show that seniors are the fastest growing segment of those that are being unhoused. And it's not because they don't want to be unhoused. But landlords, there's nothing about landlords. We need to look at landlords taking excessive profits. This is one of the problems we're having with seniors. And they're charging excessive, they're doubling rent in some cases, and there's no protections for the seniors. Seniors want to downsize. They can't afford to buy something else. I think we need to look at that as an innovative solution. Multi-generational housing. We would like to see seniors and young people living together. We've had a lot of success with our internship programs, and we've talked to the students from Cal State Long Beach. They would be very interested in a project like that. So we're looking forward to the discussions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ray.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Once again, Ray Lawson, Western States Regional Council Carpenters representative, and my brothers and sisters here represent them also, Local 562. We have over 1,000 of our members that live right here in the city of Long Beach, and as a lot of you council members and the mayor is aware of, we vote. We register to vote and we vote. So having said that, affordable housing, we know it, and homelessness issue, it's one of the major crises of our time. How is it that our members here, they live in Long Beach? A lot of them got up at 4:30 this morning and they're still going. They're willing to stick around because they have a vested interest. I heard the mayor say something about hope. They have a hope. A lot of them are apprentices. They rent. They don't own a home in Long Beach, but they have a hope that one day they will be able to own a home in Long Beach. They believe that the skills and ability that they're learning, they'll be able to transfer that into buying a home in the city of Long Beach. If we can speed up the process of getting more affordable homes, affordable housing projects built here in Long Beach, where we can cut a lot of red tape, a lot of the CEQA things that hold up these projects, and we can get these young people working where they can be working at a livable wage. We know that there's a lot of construction going on in Long Beach, but not all of it is a livable wage. Livable wage means being able to afford a mortgage, being able to afford a car note, being able to send your children to a nice school and being able to get them school clothes. One of our carpenters today said he had to leave because he had to go buy some food for his family for the rest of the week.
Sir, your time's concluded.
He came here and he was dedicated to do that. So we just want to thank you for hearing me out, but also that we believe in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Adri, A-D-R-I, Adri. No, pass? Okay. Next. This thing is hard to scroll. Steve Donahue, Joey Shields. Okay, Steve, then Joey, then James. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson, Vice Mayor Allen, and Council. My name is Stephen Donahue. I'm also a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and we're here to support the zoning and streamlining of permits for affordable housing and the issue of item 17. We support that our carpenters, we want to build it, that's why we support it. Like Ray said, that having the carpenters help you out, streamlining these permits or the zoning and all the things that you need. It puts our apprentices to work. It puts our journeymen to work. It gives us the local residents, an opportunity to live and build in the city that they, live in. Also gives them the opportunity, like Ray said, to get some home ownership and good way of life, ideas, and the ideas that the Carpenters can bring to the table are many. We have different ways that we can present and help you make the housing more affordable and increasing incentives. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joey Shields, then James Suazo, then Andre Nanato. Okay, great. You're up, James.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is James Suazo. I am the Executive Director with Long Beach Forward and a 6th District resident. First off, this is a really cool item, so thank you so much for your leadership and presenting this package forward. Long Beach Forward is enthusiastic to support this package that's really comprehensive, and I think, as was mentioned in some of the other comments, these are bold actions that require some bold solutions to a really massive problem that we've been facing for generations. So Long Beach Forward strongly supports this item, and we acknowledge that addressing the root causes of our housing and homelessness crisis requires providing affordable housing and at deep affordability levels. So we respectfully ask the City Council to vote yes on this item, and want to submit it in a letter, and I wanted to provide a couple of extra contextual items for your consideration as well. We really want to applaud the implementation of inclusionary zoning citywide. This was an original ask that the community members and tenants had come forward in really wanting to see inclusionary zoning citywide, but also really to ensure that we meet the full promise of the expanded policy and further amend to ensure that developers do not have alternative compliance options outside of the providing the affordable units. We also really want to encourage you and thank you for exploring social housing as alternative models to provide not just permanent and affordable housing, but actually address and build pathways for families and individuals to build wealth and actually move housing off the speculative market and actually provide the opportunity that so many families and individuals have been denied for generations. So thank you so much for the item, and we look forward to your support.
All right, good work. Got it in on time. All right, Andre.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andre Donado, and I am the Director of Long Beach Residents Empower of Libre. I'm also a 4th District resident. We are here also to voice our support for Item 17 to prioritize keeping Long Beach families housed and creating pathways to true affordable housing and home ownership in this citywide. We have appreciated the city's commitment to exploring alternative affordable housing models by funding and assisting with the creation of the Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust. We know how successful this model has been across the country in making homeownership possible outside of the traditional housing market. In the city's exploration of longer-term housing solutions, it is also imperative to explore options to ensure affordable housing is built in every part of Long Beach, supporting our vibrant and diverse community. Social housing and citywide inclusionary zoning are key strategies in this effort, ensuring access to vital resources and promoting equitable distribution of affordable housing development and acquisition for our residents. While we work on a long-term effort to build more affordable housing citywide, we must understand that this often takes many years and does not address the immediate housing needs of our community. We encourage the city to keep investing in homelessness prevention and housing security by ensuring strong just cause eviction protections and by continuing funding the already well-established program of Right to Counsel.
Your time's concluded.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Is Maria Lopez here? Okay, how about Nazir Abuyones? Hey, Maria, you're up.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Maria Lopez, resident in District 1. I'm undocumented, unafraid, and unapologetic. A little bit about me. I am locally involved in tenant organizing, a selection committee member for the Long Beach Justice Fund legal service provider, and a soccer coach for youth in my neighborhood in District 1. Additionally, professionally, I am the campaign coordinator for the Keep LA House Coalition and a member of the Erase cohort through the National Low Income Housing Coalition. I'm here to express the need for stronger and more bold tenant protections and, of course, to provide support to the CLTs and social housing, especially in the wake of the Water Olympics coming. It is our duty to protect all vulnerable tenants and families from evictions, harassment, and outrageous rent increases. I come today with a 60-day notice to vacate for substantial remodel that expires May 20th. This is the third notice I've received, along with a deposit increase, a rent increase, and all in efforts to displace me. I've invested so much into community to just be replaced by a hipster who can pay higher rent than me. Why must this be the case? I'm gonna play a video by landlord attorney Dennis Block suggesting the use of substantial remodel to get rid of long-standing tenants like myself.
Your medicine to solve your problem is to do a renovation eviction, where you're going to renovate the unit, which you probably have to do anyway, and then we have the right to evict the tenant. You're going to need to pull permits under the new law. So basically, you're going to redo a kitchen or a bathroom or both. You're going to pull an electrical or a plumbing permit. You're going to have a contractor that will give you the scope of the work, showing how the premises will be uninhabitable for over 30 days. Have those two documents in your hand, the permits and that scope of the work, and contact us, and then we'll be able to serve on your tenant a 60-day notice to get out. You are going to have...
You heard it correctly, and you allowed this to happen. You allowed this because in 2022, community went to your houses and asked you to cancel substantial remodel evictions. And I know you know, because you came out without your shoes on. And we all remember that. And some tenants that are here from 64th Street also remember that. And you gave us a weak policy, the weak policy that exists right now that is currently evicting me.
Ma'am, your time's concluded.
Last month, April 17th, was Renters' Day. Was there any acknowledgement?
Thank you. Next is Nazir, then Deborah Bitante.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nazir Yunus. I'm the director of the Long Beach, the Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust project with Libre. I wanted to thank you for presenting this item today, and we're here to express our strong support for this item. We are encouraged by the innovative strategies being presented to increase affordable housing for those most in need, expand pathways to home ownership, identify new possibilities for a local social housing model, and expand inclusionary zoning citywide. The Long Beach CLT aims to support and protect the quality and affordability of housing for present and future community members. And within these values, we strive for the decommodification of land and housing by creating permanent affordability and prioritizing long-term, sustainable resident and community control by working class BIPOC communities. Housing must be treated as a public good with permanent affordability, democratic resident control, and social equity at the forefront. And we are committed to centering relationships and community through this work. So we look forward to collaborating with the city to expand this work and increase access to community-led, affordable housing and home ownership within our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deborah, then Mike Murchison, then Ronald Moeller.
Thank you. Welcome back. On this item, we want to thank you and encourage a yes vote. It is time for change. I was a victim. I was a tenant. I lived in the 3rd District, and because my landlord decided that he wanted to remodel, I lived there for 10 years. I was discriminated against as well. I now have to pay 50% more, and my rent is more than 50% of my retirement income because I had to take my retirement early because I was forced out of Long Beach Unified School District as a discrimination. So this is very important, but we want to make sure, again, constitutionally, that we don't, if we put the people, all the same people in the same place, that's segregation. We like the inclusionary model. We think that there should be no way for the developer to pay a fine. We want to make sure that there's some kind of tracking of these new high rises downtown to spread to make sure that they're following, and we want to make sure that there's no way for the developer to get out of it. We want to make sure perhaps that the city can create a renter's credit, maybe to the landlord, and then also to renters. We're looking, our organization, the Women's Education Circle for Democracy in Long Beach, is looking to our state senators as well as federal to make sure that maybe renters can get a tax break on their tax returns, because we should be treated equally. So we support this. We hope you say yes, but we also know that there should be modeling. And as we continue to build and talk equity, we want to make sure that there's a free community garden in each district.
Ma'am, your time's concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Murchison. And Ronald Moeller is next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's been a while since I've been down here. I saw this item, Mayor, and I figured I had to come down and comment to you. I represent, and I have represented over my 25-year career, a lot of market rate developers, not affordable developers, market rate. When you talk about that on the east side of Long Beach, you're talking about difficult development. Forget about inclusionary for a moment. You're talking about the cost of property and how you're going to develop that site. You haven't seen that much development in the east side when you talk about south of Warlow or east of Redondo, big residential developments. It's very difficult. Probably the biggest problem that I see, and it's at the state level, is CEQA law. That has to change. If you want to see things expedited, then you need, as a council, to advocate to your state senator, your state assembly member, to change CEQA law. Too many times developers get caught up in that, and CEQA and EIR takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months. So if you want something expedited, you've got to figure out a way to cut down that time frame. The second thing I would say to you is developers are interested in developing on the east side, but I would encourage you to reach out to them, not to come forward with an ordinance on inclusionary housing, but to sit down with Saris Regis, with City Ventures, with the Olson Company, with Lion, with Intergal, all of them that have experience in developing in Long Beach. Spend some time with them and see what they need incentive-wise to offset if you're going to do inclusionary. Figure out what it is that they need to pull the trigger and have development, responsible development, inclusive of having an affordable component, but get to hear from them. Having to hear from everybody else that doesn't have a developer background, there's no understanding of what goes into a development and the cost that's involved in that. I appreciate that, and Mayor, as your ambassador to Vienna, I'm more than happy to go there and take a look at what's going on there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ronald Moeller.
Good evening. My name's Ronald Moeller. I live at 1704 Juanapero Avenue, Long Beach, California. And last Tuesday or Monday of last week, a group of us went to Sacramento for Lobby Day. And it was brought to my attention some of you attended the same event. In case you noticed the flyers of us walking around. For that, I would like to make a big thank you. This was lobbying for affordable housing. And one of the issues I'd like to bring up for all of this, you are not spending funding, you are making investments. Investments that will pay you dividends and save you much money. It will improve the quality of life. Let's keep people in their homes and get people off the streets and back into housing. And I thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much. We'll take it back behind the rail. Thank you so much for your testimony and your passion. I know that, yes, this is Housing Innovation Week, but, this isn't the only week we're focusing on housing and tenant issues. In fact, and it's a shifting legislative environment. We know, when we put forward tenant protections, we were ahead of the state. Now the state has moved, and next week, the attorney's bringing forward updates to our tenant protections to bring it in alignment with the state. So it's a constant ongoing discussion. Our relocation payments are higher than what the state requires. So we're paying attention to all of this. And really, the majority of this is about getting people access to housing, production, making sure it's affordable. We want to be able to build it, like the carpenter said. We want our residents to be able to afford to live in it, like the residents said. And so it's a simple principle, and it requires innovation because the landscape is changing so fast in California, and the challenges are here. But if Long Beach, I say this all the time, we're a laboratory of innovation. If we get it right here, the region pays attention. It scales. And we need to, these are things that we have to continue to demonstrate leadership on. And I saw some of you out in Norwalk today submitting signatures. That was the first countywide citizen-driven initiative. Countywide, I saw carpenters there. I saw residents. I saw Libre out there. This is the first one in LA County history of a coalition of residents and community groups and labor standing up and saying this is a top priority for our whole LA County region, and it's very empowering. And so what we're doing today is in alignment with where the whole region is going, finding big, bold, new solutions to address a challenge that impacts all of us. So, but thank you so much. We're going to take it back behind the rail. We have Councilmember Zendejas. Wait, is that right? No. Yes, Councilmember Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to thank everyone who came to speak today. Your points have been well noted, and it's important for us to hear from you. So thank you, everybody who spoke. I am proud to partner with Mayor Richardson on this item. It is well established in our strategic vision, in our budget decisions, and through other outlets that addressing housing and homelessness is a priority for our city. We are committed to delivering on that vision. We are doing our part in increasing the supply of housing units citywide, allocating funds for a community land trust, incentivizing adaptive reuse of vacant office buildings downtown, and so much more. This item is putting our word into action by saying we need to do more. So let's explore more. Let's look for opportunities to create affordable housing for households of all income levels. I'm also pleased to see us expanding inclusionary housing citywide. This will really help to ensure affordable housing is not concentrated. One of the areas that I did not see mentioned that I find important to highlight and discuss is an emphasis on building workforce housing in Long Beach. How can we make sure that we have workforce housing specifically looked at as part of this plan? And that question is for staff.
Great, council members. So something we and cities throughout California have really struggled with since the state wound down redevelopment is how we develop housing for folks that work in our schools and restaurants and throughout society that are earning wages and make quote unquote too much money to qualify for many of our affordable housing programs, but make not nearly enough to pay the rent at sort of market rate in this city and provide for their family. So that's called moderate income housing or workforce housing. It has a lot of different names, but it's really about serving those folks that need not a lot of help, but a little bit of help. Unfortunately, we don't have a great funding source to do that work, but that doesn't mean that all hope is lost, right? So increasing the aggregate amount of housing produced in the city overall does yield results. This year we've seen rents not go up, and in some cases asking rents stabilize for the first time in many years. So adding supply overall does help the overall housing picture, but we have to look at what are our options. So we need to have a discussion with our partners at the state legislature about is there a way to resume funding for things like moderate income workforce housing, as well as first-time homebuyer programs. We have a great first-time homebuyer program, but it's funded by ARPA money, which will run out at the end of this year. So we really appreciate the support from HUD, but I've had some really mind-blowing discussions with HUD as well about why can't we help people that are by no means high income, but a little bit higher income than the folks that we're helping today. It hasn't been a priority for the state or the feds, but that doesn't mean it won't be tomorrow. So I think we have to continue those discussions with our state and federal partners while developing our own programs and producing as much housing in general as we can, so that we're able to address the supply shortage. And then we have density bonus programs through our planning group, that if a developer is interested in doing workforce housing, we have ways to reward that with additional units or concessions on their individual projects.
Thank you, Director Kuntz, for that. I would also like to note that this item consolidates numerous of actions all together, are helping us prioritize housing in Long Beach. This is why it's important that we support the expansion of the mayor's team to include the deputy of housing. I think he's doing a great job, and it was very much needed to have this position in the mayor's office so that we can focus on housing. So I'm very happy to support this item with you, Mayor Richardson.
Thank you so much. And I will tell you, Connor's doing a great job keeping up with all the conversations across the region, because we have to really be ambitious and aggressive pursuing these opportunities. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Zedihas. I want to thank all of the folks who have came out to speak so eloquently to your experience. I was at a conference last week with some of our regional partners, and we started out by talking about that housing is deeply personal. When we start talking about housing elements and we start talking about density bonuses and ADUs and we start throwing in all of the acronyms, the reality is housing is deeply personal, and everyone in this room has a story of their own family member or friend or relative who is unhoused, is couch surfing, struggled, couldn't afford a home, can't afford to move out of their parents' house because they can't afford rent in the city they grew up in. We all have a story. And so the reason for the dreaming around bold policies on housing is because it is the issue of our time. It is deeply personal, and we know that our community here in Long Beach has been impacted for the last decade and continues to see severe outcomes for people that they know and love and people that work with us and that we see every day. So I always want to go back to, when we talk about policies, we get in the weeds, but we understand that they are deeply personal and matter to us, every one of us, for a very different reason. So thank you all for engaging in the conversation. I'm grateful to have the conversations around what has worked and the policies that our city has put in place during the emergency declaration that have allowed us to approve and produce housing more quickly. A year's worth of work, or a little more than a year's worth of work, gives us a basis to look back at that data, find those best practices, and really hone in and articulate what specifically is working well and help us lean into that and maybe explore things we hadn't thought of that we learned along the way. So I want to thank staff for continuing to do that work. And as we look at things like the expansion of inclusionary housing and inclusionary zoning around our city, we talked about all of the reasons why, because we want people to be able to live where they work. We have seen an example of how it has been successful for us thus far. And I look forward to having that conversation. And Mr. Mayor and staff, I would love to have that conversation, Director Kuntz, as you put that information together, to come back to the Housing Committee, to allow our residents to come, to allow our developers to come, to have an honest conversation about what came from the information that you're providing, as well as ways that we can give additional input without the pressure of a vote. We know that there is a fierce urgency around this work because people are losing their housing every day. And I'm so sorry to hear that that's happening over and over and over again. That is the second story I have heard today of someone losing their housing. And so we know there's an urgency, but we also want to make sure that folks have the opportunity to learn more about it, to understand why it's there, so that when it comes to their neighborhood, when it comes to somewhere they didn't expect, they feel brought along in the conversation and enthusiastic about solving the problem that I would say I have heard as the most pressing issue facing our city today, which is folks losing housing and are unhoused. So a lot of what we're talking about here is work we've done in some capacity, and the idea of bringing it all together and streamlining those conversations and convening people who can help us dream bigger and do some implementation. is really important. So I will call attention to just some of the partners that are listed in the item. The Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, the Building Industry, the Urban Land Institute, LA County Affordable Housing Solutions, La Casa, shout out to La Casa and the great work that they hope to be doing, the Long Beach Housing Authority, Los Angeles County Housing Authority, AARP's network of age-friendly communities. The list goes on and on of people who are trying to do really good work. And as the mayor said, Long Beach has the ability to bring people together in a small enough space that it's workable, but a big enough city that we can pilot and we can scale it in other places. Yesterday, we had the first convening of the educational partnership, or the Housing Promise folks, and dreaming about what projects are you working on and what are you working on and how can our agencies support that work and streamline that work. So there's a lot in here. I would encourage you to read it, but we need to lean into the partnerships and the expertise of the people who are already doing the work, as well as the dreams that we have for making Long Beach more livable for everyone. And that this is a really multifaceted problem, and the solution has to be creative and bold, because we know we have a lot of work to do, not just in Long Beach, but around the region. And I think we have the ability to work together to see some great results. So I look forward to seeing some of these items come to committee where we can hash through them with our partners here in the room, and then bringing good, solid, well-versed policy back to council.
All right, good. And thank you, Councilmember Kerr, for offering up your committee. I think that's a great way to vet and talk through some of these ideas. I would also say this is intended to be aspirational. Some things are going to go earlier than others. I don't expect all this to happen at once. I know inclusionary housing is going to take some time, so we got to get started because that requires engagement. There's conversations. I would say the market rate development community, are they all utilizing our enhanced density bonus? We have a density bonus in Long Beach that is above and beyond the state's density bonus that we're seeing actually is delivering results. So how can we partner that together as an incentive to help make inclusionary housing work? And so, we look forward to more and more discussions on making this happen. I would also say timing is key, because the big challenge to making some of this happen is local funding. And I mentioned earlier that a citizen-driven initiative to help solve not just homelessness, but bold solutions on housing was submitted today to the registrar. First time in history, more than 400,000 signatures brought forward. And there's been a lot of discussions. And La Casa, and thank you for raising La Casa, Councilmember Kerr. I'll be the incoming chair of La Casa next month, of this new organization that's designed to help find regional solutions to regional housing challenges. So this is a real opportunity for Long Beach to innovate, to leverage our best practices, and really be an example so that, we're small enough to be nimble as a city. You get enough of the right people in a room, you can figure out some big challenges, but also big enough to scale when we get it right. So thank you so much. I just noticed, I didn't see this before, but Councilwoman Sorrow, you're queued up.
Thanks, Mayor. I definitely appreciate this item being brought forward by you with Councilwoman Kerr and Zendejas. I just have two things, which is, we just came off from a local emergency on homelessness in the past year, and I really appreciated our conversation and threading it with how are we doing prevention through this process of looking for ways that we can ensure we retain the housing that exists and ensure that there's affordability and other ways we can prevent people being on the street. And so I see this almost as a continuum of that conversation. But also, I think that I want to reiterate and uplift many of the parts that mentioned that we really need to work with our regional, our county, our state, and our federal partners. Vice Mayor and I just came from our SCAG General Assembly, and one of the funding that, the REAP program is going to be, the Regional Early Action Planning Grant is going to be reduced 50% by the California governor. And so we're asked to do a lot. We're asked to meet our housing element, to meet the demand of housing, but yet at the same time, we're not receiving the resources, which is why I appreciate the conversation here But I do want to make sure that we don't ever stop with our advocacy, that we receive the resources to make sure we meet these demands, and that it's not going to be off of local, funding that we obviously very much need to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Duggan.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this housing item forward. I'm glad to have this discussion with my council colleagues. I think people read the memo and thought the city was going to move forward to implement these items immediately. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, because that's what it is, a discussion before the vote on how we can build more affordable housing in Long Beach. Since there are multiple proposals within this one, I want to make sure that we know what we are voting on. I want to make sure city staff doesn't take the direction to explore some of these items, and then all of a sudden, one of the proposals is fully funded using Long Beach Recovery Act money without any further discussion when it was supposed to come back to City Council. Items 1 and 2 are actionable items where staff is going to come back with a proposal to change policies. These items have been discussed previously, and we're taking steps tonight to move the process along. Items 3 and 4 are exploratory, but have a more focused directive. These 2 items are requesting resources and funding, and I would ask that any proposed funding identified be referred to the Budget Oversight Committee for review. There are millions of dollars of programs that relied on Long Beach Recovery Act funds, and people are already advocating for their programs to receive structural funding. We are headed into deficit years, and I don't want the council to make a decision to structurally fund a new program when we don't know what we are going to be looking at in just a few months. Regarding item 5, this seems to be purely to explore a wide range of policies other cities have used to increase affordable housing. I'm glad the mayor's open to putting everything on the table. I know there are a couple policies included in item 5 that I will be vehemently opposed to, but I'm not against listening to more information. City Manager Modica, can you please confirm that all of the items that we are voting on tonight are required to come back to City Council before taking the next step on them?
Yes, so a lot of these items are explore, and it's to report back, and it's to do the do the research, and so we'll be bringing back reports to do that. Inclusionary is a great example. We'll be putting that on the agenda for next week to really start with the council and have that discussion. And then, of course, there's the annual budget process that all goes to council as well. And so those items will all follow those normal processes as we come back and report on them and bring them to Housing Committee and discuss them, and especially if they're policy actions or ordinances or anything else, that is certainly at the council level.
And you know, as I'm proposing this, I just want to draw your attention to the motion. Recommendation to request city manager to explore and report back with recommendations on the following immediate and longer term actions to speed up the development of new housing, so on and so forth. So all of our motions are to request a city manager to take that next step. So all of these require additional work.
Great, I get that. I'm just defining a little bit more about these items. And I want to make it clear so the public knows that nothing we're voting on today will be implemented without it coming back to council for vote. It's to start a discussion, right? Yeah. All right, so I do have a couple of questions. For item 2 related to inclusionary housing, I understand there was previous discussion in 2020 about what level of affordability to include in the policy. I think most, if not all, of our programs are focused on extremely low income and very low income housing. There are a couple of affordable housing developments already in the 3rd district that are offering units at these levels. I think we need to have some initiatives focused on the workforce housing, which is typically between 60 and 120% of the area median income. Mr. Kuntz, what programs do we have to build housing for people that make between $52,000 and $62,000 range?
So I'm doing math in my head, but between 52,000 and 62,000.
Approximate.
That those persons would be classified as low income. They wouldn't be very low income, but they would be low income. So we do have units. It's a minority of units, but we do have units in some 100% affordable projects that are at that income level. Our inclusionary program currently doesn't target that income level, which is the low income level. Our inclusionary policy represents a policy that was set by council in 2020, and we focused on the geographical expansion of that, but kind of who to target and who to prioritize, that's a council decision to make. That's not a staff decision to make. So certainly that can be part of the discussion that is ahead of us. Someone using your example that makes 70,000 instead of the 62,000, we really don't have programs for them. We've tried to induce developers to use our density bonus programs for moderate income. We haven't had a lot of takers. We have no funding from the state or the feds. It definitely is a need and a challenge, and one that we're trying to address, but that the resolution to that may not come from the staff table. It may be an intergovernmental, discussion with our state and federal partners.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about, the fact that we don't want to just focus on market rate, and we don't want to focus necessarily on very low income, which we're right now, we're at very low income, 11%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I would really like to see if staff could come back and revisit the options for City Council to consider, including possibilities for developers to bring back the middle missing income, and I think that's what you were referring to. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I understand the direction, council member. I also want to be transparent. There's an item that we had planned to put on the supplemental for next week, and I'm not going to rewrite it tonight, and I have a babysitter on the clock, so it may be that what you get in your packet for next week doesn't reflect this direction, but we'd be glad during the oral presentation to provide you some additional options and information surrounding different income mixes and moderate options.
So I'm gonna jump in here. So each of these will have its own sort of full discussion, particularly inclusionary. Last time we did inclusionary housing, there was outreach and engagement to the development community, and options were presented to the city council. What we agreed on was very low income. It was a smaller amount of units, 11%. If it were a different affordability level, it would have been a bigger percentage. Mm-hmm. So it was a little bit of a trade-off. It was essentially matched to the economic incentive in the downtown, midtown areas. So there's going to be a full conversation on how inclusionary works. Without, say, the downtown plan, midtown plan, it may work very, very differently in other areas. But we do have zone-in happening. Zoning is being updated in other areas, and there's a citywide density bonus that's local. We have to factor all that in as we have this discussion. So you're not locking yourself into anything tonight, Councilwoman. What we're doing right now is saying we've had some success. We need to accelerate our success. There are new ideas out there. What are we going to try? What are we not going to try? What's worth the conversation? So what I'm doing by bringing all of this to the council is bringing a whole package of housing ideas. Some of this is not going to work, but some of it is going to hit. That's what I'm presenting to you all. So I would say be open-minded here. This is the beginning of a broader conversation, and it's in alignment with opportunities happening across the state and across the region. If we're lucky, funding is going to open up. Let's be ready when it does happen, when the funding happens, to continue to boost housing production at all income levels. I'll also say, and Christopher, if you can help me out, I managed the last RENA process when I was president of SCAG. Now remind me, the 26,000 units that we have to build, it's spread out across income levels, correct? Can you break down just, you know, because
Yes.
it's not all very low. It's across income.
Okay,
Like, can you just speak to that?
We're owed about 26,000. So a roughly 11,000 of those units are market rate units, and 15,000 are affordable at different levels. So of the affordable units, 46% of the need is very low, 26% of the need is low, and 27% of the need is moderate. So that's, I don't know that those numbers are achievable, not for lack of wanting to achieve them, but for lack of public subsidy. But those are the numbers that we received from SCAG and from the state.
And honestly, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yeah.
I am being open to this. I want to see a broader percentage, 18 to 20% that will include that missing middle income, low income, and very low income. I'd like to see us. That's all. I'm just bringing this up because I want to make sure everything is clear about this coming back to council.
No, we welcome that. The picture I want to paint right now, I think the questions you're asking are good for the public. So I just want them to know Long Beach has to prioritize low, very low, and moderate, and market rate. That's what we're required to do for the state. So it's not only one income level. When we're out, I will tell you, even if you make, if you make $40,000 a year or you make $80,000 a year, you're struggling, right? And they may fall into different affordability levels. And we've heard the term workforce housing come up twice tonight. Workforce housing is not really a technical definition. Different people have different definitions for workforce housing. More broadly, it's like the working poor. It's the people who are struggling to keep a roof over their head and still work full-time jobs. So when we say workforce housing, very low income housing is actually workforce housing. Moderate income housing is workforce housing. So sometimes it's easier to sell that to the public and say this is workforce housing because the connotations may be different and how it's received. But I think it's important for people to know that we actually have to build affordability at every level. And we have to have strategies for every single level.
I like to hear that because 11% of very low across the city isn't going to help us. So
you got to have
making
every
it
level.
Broad is great. I have one more question
Go
if
for
you
it.
don't mind. There was some discussion about using ADUs to hit our housing goal. So in the housing element, I understand that we are assuming just over 1,200, almost 1,300 ADUs to be a part of our housing element. Is that correct?
Yeah, so, I mean, the term "we" is a little tricky. So we appreciate our relationship with HCD, which is our state regulator for the housing element, but we don't always agree. So when we were preparing the housing element, we had proposed to HCD that we would permit on average 500 ADUs per year. They told us, no way is that going to happen. You have no evidence to support that. You need to assume a much lower number. So we ended up assuming about 1,300 ADUs over an 8.5-year period. Last year we had building permits for 670 ADUs. We've in fact are exceeding the pace that we told HCD that we would meet. We were right and they were not, if you're keeping score. But I think the point is, we do these planning exercises and we do our best, but we don't have a crystal ball. And one thing works out better than we thought and a different thing doesn't work out as well as we thought. But overall, we're trying to meet our goals when you aggregate it all up. So we have been very successful with ADUs in the city. We're actually the state leader on a per capita basis. So we want to be able to continue that, but we really want to figure out a way to make some of those ADUs affordable, and we want to figure out a way to get housing choice voucher holders into those ADUs and get them into really great neighborhoods across the city. So we've been having discussions about how we do that, financially, regulatorily. We've had some discussions with the state that haven't borne fruit, but I haven't given up, and they're going to keep hearing from me. So that's all part of the strategy, right? Like, we try one thing and see if it works, and hopefully it works, and we refine it and make it better. We try a different thing, that doesn't work, we move on to the next thing. So ADUs is part of the larger basket of options that we have as a city.
What was your original goal that you shared with HCD on how many ADUs?
It was 500 per year, which would have been roughly 4,100, and they said no, and we're ahead of that pace. So we're very proud of where we stand.
So there was a recent court case about SB 9 not applying to charter cities. Can we get some more information about this court decision and the potential impact when this item comes back?
Yeah, so we sent some initial information and a city manager alert about SB 9. I certainly will provide as much information as possible, but that ruling is not final, and that ruling is almost certainly expected to be appealed, and I do expect that the legislature will also take corrective action. So it's really hard for us to tell you, not that we don't want to, exactly what that ruling means. And then if the city were to take an action in either direction based on that ruling, it could have some impacts on property owners and existing applications that are in process that we'd need to discuss with you in a closed session rather than a memo or an open session. But glad to work with city attorney and provide you what information we can.
And if I could just speak to this briefly, Councilmember, that decision only applies to the 5 cities that are involved in that case. So that does not apply to any other cities, including Long Beach. If it is appealed and it is upheld on appeal, then it would apply statewide. But at the current trial court level, it only applies to the litigating entities.
So only with an appeal it becomes broader?
Yes.
All right. So I'm wrapping it up. I would like to ask for a friendly amendment. Any funding for these initiatives, whether structural, Long Beach Recovery Act, or any other type, to be referred to the Budget Oversight Committee for review. And I'd like community development to come back with options for inclusionary housing to include the missing middle income options, which we had talked about. And I was going to ask for an overview of the court case related to SB 9 to be included in the report back, but I think we need to wait. Well, we can include it in the friendly, if you're good with that.
Well, I'm the mayor and I don't make motions, so I can't accept friendly amendments. I think you got to talk to the maker of the motion. But I would say a couple things. How many SB 9 projects have we actually done in Long Beach?
Less than 5. So we have one SB 9 project, which is how people think of SB 9, where they actually split the lot and they maximize the number of units. There's a less controversial provision of SB 9 that allows you to build 2 units. If you build a single family home in an ADU, the ADU is limited in square footage, whereas under SB 9, you can build 2 units and they are both primary units. They could be larger, but you have to provide parking, whereas an ADU doesn't provide parking. So we've had 3, maybe 4 of those projects, and we have 1 in-house right now. So this is not a law that has a big impact on Long Beach, but I don't want to be in an adverse situation with any of those 5 or someone that's going to file tomorrow and then we change the rules. So just want to be cautious about that, but it's, I'm sure, meaningful to those 5 applicants, but it hasn't been meaningful to a city.
And how many
that does
ADUs have we
units
produced?
a year.
And how many ADUs have we produced?
670 last year.
Okay, and in total, do you know the total?
We've produced more than 1,000 ADUs. I can provide you better numbers.
I say that to put it in perspective. Less than 5. SB 9 was a lot of political drama when it came to council. That was going to be doom and gloom. No one took advantage of it. Whereas ADUs, we streamline, we modernize, and we're the ADU per capita leader in California, right? So I would say, I know this isn't something you're interested in. Maker of the motion, I'm okay with including whatever information needs to be included as a, maybe a separate 2.4 on where that stuff is. But I just want you to, I want the council and the public to understand these are separate, and it's really hasn't manifested into what a lot of the apprehension the community was about with SB9. It didn't show up. It's less than 5 projects in the
I'm
city.
fine with waiting for our city attorney to come back. If it gets appealed, then it will apply to us.
Right.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
So my friendly, you heard my friendly. Are you okay with the friendly?
I think that it doesn't really change too much
doesn't.
what our item here, so I think we can move forward with the friendly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, just to be clear, I may bring things as a part of my budget, which already goes to the Budget Oversight Committee. So, so what are you expecting to see different? I just want to be clear on expectations here, because I don't know that your friendly changes any process that's outlined here.
Great. I just want it more defined that if there is going to be funding spent, that it can come back to the Budget Oversight Committee so we can understand if there's going to be a structural need in the future for that.
On any idea here?
Yeah, we have 5 ideas, and we're going to have at least 2 come back very soon, correct?
So on some of if it's a part of the normal budget process, I'm okay with that. But if we end up getting a grant or something to pursue an idea, I'm not going to add extra bureaucracy to that. That is what I would have a challenge with. So our normal budget process, I'm happy to. Or if the mayor's got a budget proposal, but that happens once a year. If we find an opportunity that's on a different cycle, we get state funds, we don't take all those to Budget Oversight Committee. We take it to City Council and we move. So I don't want to add extra bureaucracy on housing production, which is important. So I'm okay with, as long as it's part of the normal budget process, but if we get an opportunity, we chase the opportunity. And the council still gets to vote on it, but I don't want to add extra process because we're out there in DC, Sacramento, like finding opportunities to make a difference on this issue. So I would have a challenge if we're adding extra bureaucracy on that, from that standpoint.
I think bringing this back to budget oversight these are long processes. So when you get grant funding, that's fine. I'd like to continue to keep the budget oversight as part of this process.
It's a part of the, I'm
It's
still
already
unclear.
part of the process.
It's a part of our budget
Right.
process.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I think we're clear on this.
Council member and mayor, whatever you decide, I have to be able to understand what you decided.
I think what we're saying is she wants to make sure and share the budget process as you go through your budget process. Make sure you get updates on this process on these
I'll
things.
be specific. How about that? Any funding for these initiatives, whether structural, Long Beach Recovery Act, or any other type, and we can make that excluding grants, if you want.
I mean, Long Beach Recovery Act is a grant.
Yeah. Long Beach Recovery Act to be referred to the Budget Oversight Committee for review. So it's important that we see that structural and Long Beach Recovery Act. All right, and the second item is does that make sense, Mr. Kuntz?
Okay, yes, I'm trying my best to listen. I'm going to give a little bit of commentary. So
all right.
I don't, as a department head, I don't have the authority to spend any monies that aren't budgeted, but I'm glad to provide additional information on these 5 items to the BOC. In addition to sort of ad hoc, if as part of the budget process or outside the budget process, you want me or my department to present to BOC, I'm glad to do that in addition to the presentations to the Housing and Homelessness Committee. Grants go through a different process. So the city, if I want to accept a grant, it's not about what Christopher wants, right? So there's a process, Tom reviews it, there's a form, because it's government, there's a form. So he signs a form, we apply for the grant. If we get the grant, we still can't accept it. We go to City Council for the grant acceptance process. So in that case, it's not going to BOC, but it's still going to City Council. So that's how I understand the process. I'm going to comply with that process. I'm glad to provide updates both to BOC and to Housing and Homelessness as we move forward on these items. And that would be for new spending. So part of the things in here are big ideas. Part of them are things that are already in process. So learn from experience. So we have a lot of learned experience in the department about what worked and what didn't work during the homeless emergency. And Trong's team and the rest of us, we have experience on what's worked on expediting certain projects through the building permit process and what hasn't. That's all through staff that's already budgeted, that's already paid through the Development Services Fund. So I wouldn't, as I understand it, return to BOC for some permission to do that, because that's within existing budgeted positions and authority. I would go to BOC to say, I want to make structural these new positions to deal with landlord-tenant issues, or I want to make structural a position that's outside the position authority for the department, and I would have that discussion with BOC. So I think we're all saying the same thing in different ways.
I want to make this really clear, because I think, thank you, Christopher.
Hey, Mayor, can I interject here as chair of the BOC? I just wanted to say.
Well, you're actually next up to speak. Okay. So I'm gonna resolve this, then you're next up to speak, because I think it's getting a little out of hand here. I think, council member, and then we're gonna need, you have made it friendly, we're gonna need the maker of the motion to respond. But here's what I think makes sense. I think making sure in your budget process, as you have meetings, and and the chair can agendize whatever they want to agendize. You can get updates. But adding a requirement to add an additional step on things that, like grants and whatever opportunities are there, that is where I would draw the line and say that you're already going to have the opportunity at council to discuss or debate any issue, and I don't support adding that additional step. So as BOC, you already can review anything you want, work with the chair, and I think then staff just said they're happy providing updates to the committee as well. I think that's the fairest compromise without creating additional step. Okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Is that defined enough?
Yes, I'm probably going to watch the video, but I'm
That's
clear.
Okay.
I'm clear, and I'm looking at my boss here. I think Tom's clear, and I think we're all ready to move
And
forward.
I think the only other thing, which it's going to be a part of the process, but I want to make sure that we come back with options for inclusionary housing to include the missing middle.
Yeah, I got that, and as I mentioned, that'll probably be
not
in
SB9 though.
It'll be in the
Forget
verbal and not the written.
Yeah, so we do have a presentation coming to you that's already coming on Friday, so that we can keep going with inclusionary, but we're going to do a full presentation on that. We'd happy to spend between now and Tuesday to come up and give a little history of where this issue's come from, what was the original policy recommendation, what was the council's modification, because this was a very hot topic, and then what that means going forward. So happy to do that on Tuesday.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rick-Sodi.
I've mostly forgotten what I was originally going to say, but I just had in there, Councilmember Duggan, as chair of the BOC, you and I can sit down as we're talking about the agenda, the things we want to agendize, to make sure that you're getting the clarification that you need, and we can incorporate that as part of the budget oversight process.
Thank you, BOC Chair. Thank you.
All right, good. I think that, do we have anyone else? No, that's it. Okay, members, please cast your vote.
Just to clarify,
ahead.
I do accept that.
Yeah.
Staff, we're good. Okay, thank you.
All right, it's accepted. All right. All right, good. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 15, please. All right.
Communication from Councilman Austin, Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilmember Rick-Sodi, recommendation to request city attorney to prepare an ordinance with proposed recommendations outlined in the feasibility of implementing contractor and subcontractor verification for additional wage protections and labor standards, and report back to council in 60 days. Request city auditor to conduct a comprehensive audit of all labor compliance violations reported by subcontractors over 5 years from the adoption of the contractor verification ordinance, and request Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to consider adding language in the legislative agenda to advocate greater compliance enforcement by the Department of Industrial Relations.
All right, Councilman Austin.
Thank you. In light of the hour, Mr. Mayor, I would like to go with public comment first. I know we have several construction workers who wake up pretty early to work.
All right. We have two members of the public signed up to speak, Jesse Marquez and Ray Lawson. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Once again, Ray Lawson, on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters and the 12 states that we cover and the 90,000 members, we support the subcontractor disclosure ordinance before the Long Beach City Council. This ordinance will help with transparency language that will identify the cheating contractors that perform work in Long Beach. It's a minimum of 1.5 contractors that commit wage theft and tax fraud. Why are so many construction contractors committing wage theft? They do it to steal jobs from tax-paying businesses and their employees. Corrupt contractors pay workers off the books less often as independent contractors when they clearly shouldn't. This allows them to evade state, local, and federal taxes, and they can illegally lower their labor costs to underbid law-abiding competitors. This is done intentionally. Frequently, corrupt contractors use law-abiding subcontractors and labor brokers to shield themselves from accountability. And this is not a small thing. It's over $10 billion a year. Construction industry wage theft and tax fraud robs the state, federal government, and our local economy. California losses just last year were over $302 million. When contractors cheat on their taxes, we pay more. And how this subcontractor disclosure ordinance will help? It will protect tax-paying contractors and their employees, and it will also support fair competition. And we ask that you consider this, City Council, because just in the city alone, we've met with you City Council members, we've met with the mayor, we've gone and talked to these contractors, where there's cash pay, where it's misclassification of workers. All these things are going on these job sites right here in Long Beach. And once again, the taxes, it hurts the city, be able to pay for EMT, teachers, all those things, because taxes are not being paid in that. So we just think that the subcontractor ordinance is the first step in helping solve that problem and helping doing something about it, to have some accountability and transparency. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take it back behind the rail. Before I go to you, Councilman Austin, we actually have a recusal.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself from this item. My husband works for a construction subcontractor who has done work for the city in the past. So, thank you.
All right, so we're going to pause just for a moment. Just pause just one moment. All right, go for it.
Can we see Jesse Marquez time to Samuel Solinsky?
Go for it. You guys waited a long time tonight.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name's Sam Solinsky. I'm a carpenter. Work right here in Long Beach. Spend my money right here in Long Beach. I love it. I'd like to speak on behalf of thousands of members here in the city, and I'd like to address one thing. That's money, our tax dollars. I'd like to talk about collecting money owed to us, to the city. Let's go out and get it. We, the carpenters, Western States Regional Council, we support this agenda item, and construction industry wage theft needs to be talked about. Housing is heating up, and let's not leave money on the table. Let's not allow bad actors to circumvent their tax obligation. This is now an epidemic of wage theft. We want to raise awareness around this issue, which is money owed to the city. This is happening now, and a housing crisis is not helping out here. We support our Long Beach community, and that means taking steps towards protecting our tax dollars and the language surrounding wage theft and collecting money. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, good work. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Southwest Carpenters for speaking in public comment here. I want to thank my council colleagues, Councilmember Uranga, Dr. Joni Ricks-Odie, and Suli Sorrow for joining, helping to move this item forward, either through the feasibility of study or the item that we have before us this evening. I also want to thank the city staff, our community development department, for their work on the feasibility study and really going deep on this issue. Tonight I'm proud to introduce an item that I believe outlines the necessary steps for Long Beach to finally adopt its own contractor verification ordinance in an effort to prevent wage theft. The cities of San Jose, Riverside, Santa Ana, Irvine, and San Diego have already passed some iteration of this type of ordinance to prevent wage theft. This ordinance would require the city to collect information on state and federal labor code violations from contractors and subcontractors seeking to build permits for large new construction projects in the city, specifically those with 50 or more dwelling units or commercial projects that are 50,000 square feet or more. The proposed ordinance also requires contractors to disclose any allocation of healthcare expenditures made on behalf of each construction worker, including those employed by subcontractors. This will help us provide the city get a comprehensive understanding of the cost associated with this wage theft with contractors not providing proper wages and healthcare benefits as well. Additionally, this item directs the city auditor to conduct a 5-year audit of all reported labor code violations reported by the subcontractors from the adoption of this ordinance and report back to the council. We believe that this will build in effectiveness of the proposed ordinance, which is in line in commitment to our values of transparency and accountability. Lastly, this item requests the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to consider adding language for greater compliance and enforcement by the Department of Industrial Relations, who is responsible for handling and enforcing these wage theft violations. Let me reiterate, we understand that investigating and enforcing labor codes is under the purview of the state and not the city, and I want to be clear on that. But what we are building in here is a ordinance that will require a reporting, but it will also require greater transparency and ultimately accountability for those who are building in our city. I believe we've talked a lot about new housing and our housing goals, and over the last few months talking a lot about growing Long Beach. And if we're going to be successful in growing Long Beach, I believe it's important for us to consider obviously new housing, retail, hotels, and other amenities that we want and visualize our city to be. We have a responsibility to ensure that the workers who build our city actually thrive. And they're not being cheated, and the city's not being cheated. And so we need to hold everyone accountable for the values we share as a city. And so members, I would ask for your support for this item that we've been discussing for some time now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Exodi.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all the folks that led to where we are today. And I want to thank Councilmember Austin for leading in this initiative. And I also want to thank our labor partners for really advocating for something that's really important to them. I supported the original feasibility study that led to a very thorough memo from our city staff on the impact of this item. And the current proposal before you really reflects much of that staff recommendation. As you all know, I work in research, and so data is something that's really important for us to make proper decision making in the city. And you can't advocate for needed resources at the local, regional, or state level without the ability to quantify the scope of a problem. This item allows us to determine the scope of an issue that is often goes either unreported or underreported. This item also allows us to collect important information on labor code violations in the city, which has shown its commitment to our labor partners. And then moreover, this item recognizes the enforcement is significantly impacted by the delays in understaffing in the Department of Industrial Relations at the state level. We will work through the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to advocate for the Department of Industrial Relations to have the resources they need to hold bad actors accountable. And so I'm proud to support this item tonight.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sorrow.
Yes, I also want to thank Councilmember Austin for leading on this item and Councilwoman Rix Odie for co-authoring it with me. I in agreement that, as a city, we need to ensure that we are protecting those who are building our city. We talk about those who live here, but those who are spending their time ensuring that we have the housing we desperately need to address our unhoused issues. So I want to just, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Austin and Councilwoman Ricks Odie that I think it's really important we have a sense on the scale wage theft. I think that we know that they're there, we know it exists, but at the same time, it's really hard to advocate for resources when we don't know the scale of the problem. And I think that it's not only us alone as a city that's going to tackle it, that we also need to ensure that the state, the Department of Industrial Relations, have the resource to be able to follow through on complaint process, as well as ensuring there's some level of other role that they play to prevent and also recover wage theft. So for many of these reasons, I am supportive of the item. Thank you, and I hope my colleagues will support it as well.
All right, good. Good work, Councilman Austin. You worked from feasibility to bringing the recommendation forward. I know there's concerns around the enforcement, but you're addressing that by asking the legislative committee to get the state to take that on. I think that's a thoughtful way to do it. I like your framing about, that's right, we're going to grow Long Beach, we're going to build housing and do all those things, and we got to make sure we do right by the people. So having a bit more information will allow us to make informed decisions and choices as a body. Ultimately, you all vote. I don't vote, but this helps you all make smart decisions as you cast your votes. So that said, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Okay. Item 19, please.
Communication from Vice Mayor Allen, Councilwoman Zendejas, Councilwoman Kerr. Recommendation to request city attorney to draft a resolution supporting the Freedom to Marry ballot measure.
Vice Mayor Allen.
Yes, thank you. You know, I want to first apologize. I know we had a lot of our speakers here that were here for Harvey Milk, and I don't have control of the agenda, so I apologize for everyone had to leave. I know that we had Corey here speak on behalf of Imperial Court and Pride. All the council members, you have a letter from the center too. So hopefully you get a chance to look at that. Freedom to Marry is a movement to protect the fundamental right to marry, regardless of your gender, race, or ethnicity. Do you know that California's Constitution still says that same-sex couples are not allowed to marry? So attacks on our LGBTQ+ community have risen to an unprecedented levels across the country, and extreme right-wing justices on the U.S. Supreme Court are attempting to push back to push our nation backwards. I think we can just look at what happened with Roe versus Wade and see where we're going. But we can no longer rely on the Supreme Court to protect our civil rights. I know I can't depend on the Supreme Court to protect the rights of my friends, my neighbors, or my daughter. Now is a time to wipe out discrimination from the California Constitution and protect the fundamental right to marry for same-sex couples and for interracial couples. I want to read a little portion of a letter, since he's not able to be here, from Dr. Jeff Malin, who is a District 2 resident and the former president of Bluff Park Association. This is what he says. He says, I still often think about how momentous it was when the then San Francisco Mayor Gavin Newsom took the bold and unprecedented step of jumpstarting marriage equality 20 years ago. It was a life-changing time for me and my family personally, and so many others, and thankfully is now permissible in California and elsewhere nationwide. But the civil right is not currently and assuredly protected from being undermined or reversed. Given the recent actions and statements from the U.S. Supreme Court and the fact that marriage equality is still not explicitly enshrined in the state of California's Constitution. In fact, the language of the 2008 Proposition 8, also known as Prop 8, still needs to be wiped from our state constitution. I'd also like to bring your attention, it's on for all my colleagues, from Dr. Eduardo Lora, who is president of the LGBTQ Center. And so I don't want to read that because I know it's been a long night, but hopefully you all get a chance to read that. But just in closing, I can't emphasize enough how important this ballot measure is. And so I sure hope that my colleagues agree that the city should recognize and support the Freedom to Marry ballot measure. By advocating for this measure, we can reaffirm our commitment to rejecting prejudice and enhancing the principles of equal opportunity and recognition for all individuals. So now more than ever, we need to publicly stand together and advocate for the protection of equal rights and privileges under the law. Since the mayor's not here, I will turn this over to Mary Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much for this very, very important item. And I also want to thank all those who were here to speak in favor and support of this item, but weren't able to stay so late tonight. Local government has a role in advocating for the protection of fundamental rights of the people. Even when the judicial and legislative decisions are made at a state or federal level, we too carry a responsibility, and our voices matter on these types of issues. I am pleased to join Vice Mayor Allen and Councilwoman Kerr on this item as a preemptive measure to ensure we are ready to protect the fundamental right to marry for same-sex couples. This resolution will make it clear where we stand if this is challenged.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I think I'm pretty positive all my speakers are gone, so we don't have any speakers. Go ahead, Megan Kerr. Sorry, I see you there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward and asking me to sign on. We know this is incredibly important to our community, to our families, to our neighbors, to my kids, to your kids. This is about their lives, but it shouldn't have to be about someone I love's lives. It should be about that our community has always stood strong with the LGBTQ community, who has been fighting and paving the way for a lot of the civil rights work in our city for decades, and happy to stand in support of this resolution to advocate at a larger scale. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor. Did we already handle public comment? All right. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward. And we want to acknowledge and thank, all the advocates who have advocated to make this, to ensure that this is embodied in our state's constitution, because we're in a strange place where we don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do and what they're going to take on next. And so we have to embody our values here in California in our very constitution, to ensure that these protections, people know where the state of California stands, and we stand for equality and marriage equality and people's right to love, right to love freely in this state of California. And so thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, now we'll do item 16, please.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to receive and file a presentation on the COVID-19 after action report, citywide.
Thank you. We'll have a staff report now.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. This was an item that the Council had requested. We did some Very intense after action planning as we went through the biggest emergency I think we've ever had, at least the longest and most sustained emergency. A lot of incredible things happened during that time, but also a lot of lessons learned. And so we put together a document we shared with you, and the council asked you to us to come and present some of that. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Davis and our health department team to walk you through the report.
Good evening, council members. Today I want to discuss the city's COVID-19 After Action Report, or better known as the AAR. This report is a critical tool for learning and improvement as we move forward. The AAR is based on valuable feedback from city personnel that were directly involved in the COVID-19 response. We gathered insights through in-person debriefings, virtual meetings, and an online survey. It's important to note that the focus of this report is on the city's overall response and not individual actions. We're looking at the big picture to identify our strengths, acknowledge challenges and achievements, and ultimately learn valuable lessons for future public health emergencies. This AAR will provide important recommendations to guide our future preparedness and response efforts. By learning from our experiences, we can be better equipped to protect our community in the face of future challenges. The city will begin incorporating these findings from the AAR to better prepare for health threats and other emergencies with the recommendations that will be outlined in the report and the improvement plan. With that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Anissa Davis, who is our city's health officer.
Good evening. So I'll go over a timeline of significant events that we experienced during this response. On December 31st, 2019, the World Health Organization was informed of cases of pneumonia of unknown cause in Wuhan, China. On January 20th, 2020, the CDC confirmed the first laboratory-confirmed case of COVID-19 in the U.S. The disease was quickly detected across the globe, including the United States. On March 2nd, 2020, the Health Department hosted a briefing for the city's All Hazards Incident Management Team, which consisted of personnel from the Fire Department, Police Department, and the Health Department. On the morning of the briefing, the Health Department requested the mobilization and deployment of the All Hazards Incident Management Team, which was the first component in a series of events that would be used to mitigate the coming emergency to the city of Long Beach. 2 days later, a public health emergency was declared in Long Beach and the rest of the state. 1,091 days later, we finally ended the public health emergency declaration. March 4th, 2020, the public health emergency was declared in Long Beach for the COVID-19 pandemic. March 9th, 2020 was the first COVID case reported in Long Beach. March 19th, the Safer at Home order was implemented. And April 6th, 2020, the Rapid Assessment Clinic opened, making mass testing available to the public. January 4th, 2021, the first vaccine was administered in Long Beach. January 21st, 2021, the Convention Center mass vaccination site opened. June 30th, 2022, 1 million tests were administered. And February 28th, 2023, the end of the emergency was declared. So now I'll turn it over to Sandy Wedgeworth, our Communicable Disease and Emergency Response Bureau Manager.
Thank you. While we faced many difficulties, we also achieved some great things. The next few slides are going to highlight the strengths of our response, providing valuable insights for future response efforts. Many of you played a vital role in the successes that I'm about to highlight. So let's dive into the specific strengths and successes of our city's COVID-19 response. One of the key strengths of our response was a strong collaboration between city departments. This teamwork ensured a unified approach and efficient resource allocation across various sectors. We were fortunate to have supportive and trusting city leadership. Their clear communication and commitment to public safety empowered response personnel to make crucial decisions effectively. The pandemic was constantly evolving, and our ability to adapt quickly played a vital role in our success.
We were able to adjust strategies and protocols based on new information, ensuring a dynamic and effective response. Our response personnel effectively managed resources throughout the pandemic. Efficient resource management and communication ensured critical supplies and services were available when and where they were needed most. In addition to our overall adaptability, the flexibility and adaptability of the city team on the ground was truly impressive. Their ability to think on their feet and adjust to new situations in real time was crucial for our success. The timely activation of the All Hazards Incident Management Team played a significant role. This experienced group provided a centralized command structure and facilitated coordinated decision-making across all departments. And just a little bit of background on the All Hazards Incident Management Team, or IMT as we commonly call it. This is a group of dedicated city staff who promote, support, and enhance our emergency response by establishing standards and promoting the cooperation of federal, state, local, and community stakeholders. This team is made up of public safety, health and human services, emergency management, and also financial management, and various other departments. They participate in regular and frequent trainings and exercises to stay up to date on the incident command system, foster leadership and relationships, and enhance efforts for future incidents and emergencies in the city. We also benefited from the quick availability of resources and streamlined emergency purchasing processes. This allowed us to rapidly acquire essential supplies and equipment when needed, minimizing disruptions in critical services. Throughout the incident, several opportunities for improving the ability of the health department and city to respond to COVID-19 were identified. The primary opportunities for improvement, including recommendations, are as follows. We will go over the opportunities we encountered and the many great achievements of our city's response. So, despite limited resources and constantly evolving information, the citywide response to COVID-19 was a successful endeavor in mitigating the effects of COVID-19 on the community. The city pivoted quickly and often to ensure an equitable and accessible response. While we achieved significant successes, there's always room for improvement. The next few slides explore some opportunities for enhancing our future response capabilities based on the insights gathered from the AAR. We're committed to continuous improvement, and acknowledging areas for growth is crucial. Let's explore some key opportunities for improvement identified in the AAR now. One of the key challenges we faced throughout the pandemic was staffing. The Communicable Disease Surveillance and Control Program, which plays a vital role in outbreak response, was understaffed at the beginning of the pandemic. This limited our ability to adequately track and respond cases across the city. Our public health data dashboard, a crucial information resource, was hampered by a lack of trained personnel for timely updates. We are currently addressing this to ensure efficient data sharing in future emergencies. Newly acquired laboratory equipment remained unused at the beginning of the pandemic due to a shortage of trained lab personnel. This highlights the importance of workforce development alongside infrastructure upgrades. The city's hiring process also proved to be slow and cumbersome during the pandemic, as was discussed earlier tonight, hindering our ability to quickly bring in needed personnel. We need to continue to explore streamlining the hiring process for future emergencies. We also had issues with our disaster service worker program. So every employee in the city is registered or is considered a disaster service worker. This means they may be called upon during emergencies such as fire, flood, earthquake, or public health crises. Non-essential public employees may be relieved from their usual duties to assist in emergency response efforts. And these DSWs are assigned tasks within their training skills and capabilities. Now, many of our city employees are already trained for emergency response in the department, and they can work in our department operations centers and our EOC, and some departments even have specific disaster response roles for employees. However, during the pandemic, we did require more staffing support than just those who were previously trained in emergency response. So one of the findings in the COVID-19 AAR was the challenges with implementing the disaster service worker program. And some of those challenges were unclear expectations from both management and staff regarding how it would be implemented. So moving forward, one of the recommendations is clear communication, define roles, to better ensure successful implementation of that program. So with that, let's go into some of the other opportunities for improvement. The pandemic response highlighted the need for enhanced training and support for our city staff. Many staff members lacked basic training in emergency response roles and knowledge of the incident command system structure, which is used in emergency responses. So this did lead to confusion and did hinder some of the response during the pandemic. The short staff environment also understandably caused burnout and impacted the mental health of many city employees. Moving forward, we need to prioritize their staff well-being through proactive support systems. Salary employees faced additional challenges due to the lack of overtime compensation for the extremely long hours they were required to work. We need to address this to ensure fair compensation and prevent burnout. The pandemic highlighted the need for emotional support and mental health resources designed for extended emergency responses. We'll be exploring ways to implement such resources to better support our staff in the future. So some next steps. We've explored the city's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, acknowledging both our strengths and opportunities for improvement. So we want to take a look at some of the things we can do moving forward. One of the key recommendations from the AAR was to enhance emergency response training for our city staff. And I am happy to report that we have actively addressed this. And originally this slide was from last month, so we have now checked off all of those. I can tell you that we have completed all of those FEMA courses. We did launch a series of incident command systems courses for frontline city staff. These courses equip the staff with the knowledge and skills needed to effectively respond during emergencies. Later this year, we'll be expanding these training opportunities to also include city leadership and elected officials. This will ensure a coordinated response effort at all levels. We're leveraging a variety of resources to deliver these trainings. We offer free online courses through FEMA. We utilize certified internal trainers, and we strategically allocate our Homeland Security funding to provide the source of funding for external facilitators. We've made significant strides in improving our data sharing infrastructure. A key part of this is our team of trained health department staff who are now responsible for developing and updating the public health dashboards that you see on our website. These dashboards provide the community with near real-time data, keeping everyone informed about the latest trends. In addition, we've implemented a new case and contact investigation platform called CalConnect, and that is in coordination with the state of California. And this platform is more efficient, and it allows us to better track and respond to potential disease outbreaks. As I mentioned, the AAR highlighted areas for improvement within the disaster service worker program. We're committed to optimizing the effectiveness of this program for future emergencies. A comprehensive program review has already begun with our HR department, and they've started integrating information about the DS program into the city's new hire orientation to better educate employees as they're being onboarded. So the AAR also identified the need for enhanced communication during emergencies. We have established a dedicated call center that can be activated during emergencies to respond to public inquiries. This centralized resource will provide timely and accurate information to our community. Recognizing the diversity of our community, we implemented a comprehensive language access unit housed within our public health emergency management program. We're currently testing a pilot chat box to increase timely access to vital health information on our website as well. And we're committed to ensuring our online resources are accessible to everyone. We're currently providing training and implementing best practices for digital accessibility across all city websites and platforms. We've established, as I mentioned, the language access unit within public health emergency management, and this is one of the resources that we've been using for different emergencies, not just for COVID. And this This unit actually can do translation in real time for Khmer to Tagalog and Spanish. But I do want to say that the accessibility goes beyond just language. We're working diligently to ensure all our health communication materials are digitally accessible, making them easier to understand and navigate for everyone. Also recognizing that transportation barriers can exist, we implemented during COVID and continue to deploy mobile vaccine teams. We also were using them for testing during COVID. These teams travel directly to underserved communities, increasing access to critical services and in some cases into individuals' homes. Vaccine hesitancy is a complex issue. So we are developing targeted vaccine communication strategies using data-driven insights to understand concerns and build confidence in the importance of vaccination. And really want to highlight the important work of our Disability Access and Functional Needs team within our Public Health Emergency Management Division. This dedicated unit plays a crucial role in ensuring everyone has access to vital health information and care. Another thing that we are doing to help address some of the concerns that came up in the AAR is building some redundancies for response efforts. We're actively identifying a backup emergency operations center location to ensure continuity of operations in case our primary EOC becomes unavailable during an emergency. We've currently outfitted the Worsham warehouse with advanced technology that will allow it to support both EOC functions and Joint Information Center functions. These investments in infrastructure and technology demonstrate our commitment to building a more resilient response system for the future. While we are continuing to work to implement these vital improvements, we face several challenges that will hinder our ability to fully realize all our plans. Later this summer, we will lose the pandemic funding that has helped us to be able to put many of these things into, to operationalize many of these programs. We are looking at losing some of these programs and some of the staff who support them, although we are going to be hopefully placing them into other positions in the city. But with this reduction in our health workforce, our ability to respond to emergencies will be impacted. It is imperative that we take a look at our DSW program and improve how we implement it moving forward, as it will, again, be very important for future emergencies. So without these dedicated additional staff during emergencies, we will continue to face challenges with emergency responses. So despite all the challenges we faced, the fact is that we had a really great response to our COVID-19 pandemic here in the city. The city of Long Beach made significant strides in mitigating its impact on the community. And the AAR and improvement plans serve as a valuable tool for acknowledging those shortcomings, or acknowledging any shortcomings, learning from them, and implementing improvements for future crisis preparedness and response. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. All right, round of applause. That's a lot for the end of the night, so thank you very much for that. Do we have any public comment? No. I have a question for you. Is the Cal Connect being used for our tuberculosis outbreak right now?
So right now, it's a state system, and they started with COVID. It was actually built during COVID, this whole entire system, and so they're planning to onboard tuberculosis and sexually infectious diseases next. So that'll be coming. So it's not ready yet, but it will be coming down the line.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Davis, on all your great work. Do we have any comments from the, okay, Dr. Jody Rixotti?
originally the item was supposed to be read March 19th, and that was the reason for that, was because March 19th of this year marked the 4-year anniversary of the stay-at-home order issued by Governor Newsom. So as an epidemiologist, my training involved numerous discussions on how we might handle a pandemic if one were to come. It's always a matter of not if, but it was always a matter of when. My hope was that in our lifetime we would not have to experience another pandemic, but I think it's important that we look back at that time to assess our actions in order to be better prepared for the next emergency. When I originally read the COVID-19 After Action report, I was incredibly impressed with the city's honest assessment of itself and thought this report not only served as a comprehensive record of our actions as a city, as well as our insights and our lessons learned during the pandemic, but also a model for how we assess future emergency response. Ultimately, the presentation of this report honors the dedication of our teams, but also underscores the necessity of preparedness and ongoing vigilance in safeguarding the health and well-being of our community. Together, we have demonstrated the strength of our city, and together we will continue to build a safer and more resilient Long Beach.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mary Zendejas.
Sorry. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Sorry about that. First of all, I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Davis and Sandy, for that presentation, and Director King. Thank you so much for that. I really want to applaud you for doing a fantastic job during COVID. I know that it seemed that it was ran completely smooth from the outside in. And so thank you for sharing all the insights and all of the things that, that the challenges that you were facing and that you continue to face, and actually bringing that forward so that we can see that as well and see where the opportunities are for improvement. I think that was very important for us to see, and the challenges that we will be facing. It's really difficult to see funding going away when it's still, we are in a position where we're not ready to let go of that funding, because the work is still there and there needs to be a lot of work still to be done there. But I just wanted to congratulate you both and thank you for this great presentation and the way that you formed it. And thank you for staying so late to do this presentation. So again, thank you for the incredible work that not only you three have done, but your entire health department team. And it's just been, like I said, from the outside, it looked like you did a marvelous job. But thank you for bringing and uplifting all the challenges and the ways that we can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas. And Councilwoman Kerr, do you have comments? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to thank the team for the presentation, and I want to thank you for working on this continuous improvement model. That even though this report came out a couple of months ago, I'm sure there are things you have continued to learn. And in the face of new challenges that we're facing in our community, you seem to adapt very, very quickly to the what's next. And I know we're going to have a brief presentation later on some challenges currently in our community. But I appreciate your team's willingness to be critical and self-critical and to ask for when you need support and help. So thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, I don't see any other comments from my colleagues, so let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries.
All right, item 21.
I also, if I can take one moment, I also want to recognize in the back there, Reggie Harrison, who is our disaster preparedness person. So in the background, in the scenes, has been working through all of this, and he was the host for a lot of our activity for those 1,000 days. So thank you, Reggie. I know you didn't present tonight, but he stayed the whole night with us because this was a huge part of what his department helped coordinate, along with all of our experts that were doing all the day-to-day work. So thank you, Reggie.
Yes, thank you, Reggie. Thank you. All right, item 21.
Report from Economic Development, recommendation to adopt specifications for inclusive business navigators and award contracts as needed for business support services in a total annual aggregate amount not to exceed 1 million citywide.
Okay, is there any public comment? Okay, Councilwoman Jody Ricks, what are your comments?
No comments.
Okay, Kerr. Okay, all right, let's vote.
Mary, did you want to speak on this item?
Sorry, did I miss that?
Motion is carried.
All right, let's go to item 24.
Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine, recommendation to execute all documents necessary to amend contracts with Azteca Landscape and Parkwood Landscape Maintenance for the provision of grounds maintenance services for a revised total annual aggregate amount not to exceed $7,119,047 citywide.
Okay, any public comment?
Yes, there are 2 speakers on this item.
Okay. Is it okay, Councilwoman Core, we'll go to public speakers first? Okay, go ahead.
Kimberly Lind and Deborah.
Good evening, honorable council members, and thank you for your time at this late hour. My name is Kimberly Lynn, and I'm the liaison for the Greenbelt Heights Neighborhood Association, appearing on behalf of our president, who is out of town and could not be here this evening to personally convey the concerns of our neighborhood residents. Collectively, we have communicated concerns about the use of chemicals in the Greenbelt spaces that run through our neighborhood. Residents have taken and shared pictures with our 3rd District Councilwoman Duggan and City Manager Modica that illustrate the source of our concerns, showing that specific products are being sprayed by city contractor Azteca, and the effect on portions of the Greenbelt ranging from distinct strips of completely dead plant life to signs for people to stay away from certain areas for periods of time. One of the products being used is Lifeline herbicide, which has several properties and usage instructions that suggest that it should not be used in natural areas like the Greenbelt, especially considering its proximity to the Colorado Lagoon. Being a body of water, as there is a catch basin at Roswell adjacent to the Greenbelt that runs into it. There is toxicity to vascular plants, risk of water contamination, runoff potential, and there are drift and runoff precautions that must be strictly adhered to in order to avoid significant risk. Given that the use of this herbicide in a sensitive and natural environment like the Greenbelt could pose risks to both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, we question the appropriateness in certain regions of the city given the sensitivity in those areas and contradicting specified use described on EPA documents. Consequently, we would encourage the council to, instead of simply authorizing the execution of amendments that will increase the budget for these contractors to perform landscaping services throughout the city, to do so on the condition that their use of products be reviewed and determined to be within guidelines by an independent and qualified professional hired by the city to make determinations on what environmentally sensitive areas exist within our city, determine appropriate usage of products like proposed herbicides and chemicals in those sensitive areas, and determine appropriate timing of their application. And if an amendment is going to be executed, we propose a provision be included in those amendments to provide some oversight of the work that is being done by these city contractors and include standards they are required to adhere to.
Thank you, Kimberly. That's your time. Thank you for coming out. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. just wanted to make a comment. As a builder, on the next comment, I'm going to invite you all to walk through some of the green spaces in Long Beach that need to be redone and protected. One of those is the Community Peace Garden at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Park, of which we built back in August of 2010. We believe it's the oldest garden. Azteca Landscape was part of the donation process, and we just want to honor Azteca and say thank you for supporting them. But as well, we also want to make sure that we don't cover and just apply these blanket monies without standards and inspection and transparency. So we really support Azteca. They've supported us. So we support this recommendation, but also we'd like to make sure that you are monitoring what's on our land, and then it's going to get into our water, and we want to thank you to protect our environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Okay, we'll take it behind the rail. Councilwoman Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Brent, for you. I know we talk a lot about Azteca and the work they do to maintain our park spaces. Wanted to clarify that this is both inclusive of the PRM department and Public Works. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilwoman. The total budget it's approximately 78% devoted towards PRM or Parks and Recreation, and the other 22% is allocated towards Public Works needs for medians, traffic circles, and other public right-of-way corridors along our roadways.
Great, thank you. And just another, I know we've talked about this in our briefings, and we've also talked to Public Works. We know that our weather patterns have changed, obviously. The last 2 years and 3 years, we've gotten more rain, which leads to faster growth at this time of the year when the sun is shining. And wondering if within this contract there's an ability, if there is a regular maintenance schedule, say to medians or parks outside that abut the right-of-way, either curbs or streets, if they come, say, every 2 weeks, do we know in the spring, or every 3 weeks, we know that there's an increase in growth? Is there room in the budget to make phone calls to say, hey, we need to add an extra round, we need to do some extra maintenance? Is there wiggle room as we extend this contract?
Yeah, so we do have supplemental monies allocated in each department's budget, as well as contingency. So the contingency actually allows our staff that monitors the contracts to make sure the contractor adheres to their standards. So usually it's grass height. So with the exceptional rainfall and the height of grass and local native plants increases its height, they try to maintain it at that consistent standard. That's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last issue, again, not news to you. We know several of our parks have not just overgrowth issues, but some gopher issues that Azteca works on as well. And when that happens, it is in the medians, it's in the parks, it ends up in our neighborhoods. So if you could speak to, is that inclusive in this contract as well?
Yeah, that does. That element is included in both departments' budgets.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Kerr, for those great questions. Councilwoman Jody Rixote.
Actually, yeah, I just wanted to speak to one of the comments made during public comment. I've actually heard this from some of my own residents about some concerns around some of the products that Azteca used. Could staff just speak to that as part of our contract? Do we have discussions? We do a lot of drought-tolerant landscaping. I know that we value environmentalism, so I think it's important for us to at least have the discussion around, like, as part of our contract, do we, indicate to Azteca the types of products that we would like to use, the classes of them, et cetera, here in the city of Long Beach?
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I think with the direction of this council, the landscape maintenance standards retreated from the use of glyphosates. I know there was a Monsanto settlement, and a lot of those funds were allocated to help supplement the additional costs, because there are non-toxic, a lot of times there's actually organic-based treatments, but they require multiple applications and closer monitoring to see if their effectiveness. But in the Greenbelt sections of the city, we have had a lot of comments from community members basically asking us to refrain from weed abatement. And the challenge that we do have, in all honesty, is there are some noxious weeds that if they get established and their seeds drift into residential properties or other public areas, they do have some characteristics that can be harmful to feet and just in areas where there's coming into human contact. So it's a little complicated, so we do rely on the professionalism of the contract horticulturalists when they look at the mix of native plants and I hate to call them weeds, but a lot of native plants are beautiful, and we try to manage that as best we can. That's a really good question also. Thank you.
Alrighty. Do you have a question, Councilwoman?
I'm just going to thank Councilmember Rexodi for asking that question. Thank you, Director Dennis, because I know that this has gone back and forth. And with the organic herbicides, it's multiple applications, and sometimes it doesn't work. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's all about the timing of the application. I know the conditions, you has to be allowed to make contact with the plants that you're trying to address. And sometimes if, rainfall happens, it dilutes it. And also it's about a temperature range too that makes the application more effective.
Is the contract with Azteca flexible in the case that we have some issues with getting rid of weeds? And I know we don't want to have weeds that are native that hurt pets and so forth.
Yeah, I mean the industry actually is very much evolving. I know when I was in Tucson, we traveled to Irvine. They kind of blazed the trail for non-toxic or more organic-based weed abatement, and I know a lot of municipalities have also piloted or tested other mixes. There never was a really good effective substitute for glyphosate-based weed abatement, but it's a good thing that most cities have gravitated away from that for health reasons.
Great. Thank you for addressing that. I'm sure we're going to continue to talk back and forth.
Right. Thank you so much
for this.
All right. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
25, please.
Report from Police Department, Fire Department, recommendation to adopt a resolution to execute a contract with Office Furniture Group for the furnishing and delivering of furniture solutions with related accessories and services on an as-needed basis for a total contract amount not to exceed $3,300,000 citywide.
We have one member of the public signed up to speak. Deborah Bitanse.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and it's Bitanse. I know you're struggling, Bitanse. We want to compliment this opportunity. However, we, the people, wonder, is there a better way? Could we source it from a local business rather than, the contract that we're sourcing with isn't out of Long Beach, out of city, so we're making the recommendation that we try to keep it in-house, that the contracts that we make with these millions of dollars, just like we're saying the workforce promise, that maybe we start keeping it in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
27, please.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to adopt a resolution to ratify City Manager's proclamation of local emergency and ratify Long Beach Health Officer's declaration of the local health emergency regarding an outbreak of tuberculosis citywide.
All right. Mr. Modica.
Yes, as we've talked about, tuberculosis is one of the things that our health department is charged with tracking and monitoring. There are tuberculosis cases that happen every year, and that is part of their capability. However, we are experiencing an outbreak right now, and so I want to turn that over to Allison King and Dr. Davis to walk us through. We are tonight declaring an emergency. It will describe what that is. It is going to be different in the response than from like a homelessness emergency emergency or a COVID emergency. Tuberculosis is serious. It also has very different characteristics than like a COVID. It's a lot harder, to become infected, but also takes the treatment is a lot longer than some of our other diseases that we see. And so we felt it was necessary to bring this to you, to be prepared, to be able to move things around, to move quickly, to deal with public health. And I'd like them to talk a little bit about what it is and what it is not.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and council members. So I have some oral remarks that kind of address what Tom was referring to. So I'm here to discuss the declaration of a local health emergency that was made on May 1st, 2024 regarding recent TB or tuberculosis transmission among U.S.-born persons with similar backgrounds and risk factors in Long Beach, including homelessness and housing insecurity, substance use, and serious medical conditions. Many of these individuals are confirmed to be associated with one local single-room occupancy hotel, and may also have frequented other locations. As of May 7th, 14 cases of TB disease have been associated with this outbreak. There's been 10 more individuals that are considered suspects. 9 people have been hospitalized at some point in their illness, and 1 person has died. The emergency declaration is necessary to efficiently marshal the resources needed to identify, screen, and treat the over 175 potentially exposed individuals. The risk to the general public is low, and we aim to keep it that way with the emergency resources and activities that we'll be doing. Tuberculosis, or TB, is caused by a bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. TB bacteria are spread through the air when someone with active TB disease coughs or speaks. Close, prolonged contact is usually required for transmission. So this is why the risk for the general public or people not in the population that I spoke about previously is very low. We tend to see spread among household members, coworkers, and people that you go to school or worship with. Being around infected people for short time periods, like in grocery stores, in short drives, restaurants, checking into hotels, etc., is less likely to spread TB. This is different from COVID, where spending short periods of time around other people could spread the virus. Another way that TB is different from COVID is that TB goes through different phases in your body. So when you first become infected with the TB germs, your immune system walls off the germs and they lie dormant inside of you. You don't have any symptoms and you can't spread the bacteria to anyone else. This is called latent TB infection. This phase can last for years and may actually persist for your whole life. For some people, their immune system can become weaker from age, medicines, or other illnesses, and the TB germs can become active, causing active TB disease. And that's when you may develop symptoms like a cough, fever, chills, night sweats, weight loss, and a lack of appetite. People with active TB can spread the disease to others, although not everyone with active TB is contagious. You can take medicine when you have the latent TB infection, the dormant type of the infection, to prevent progression to active TB disease, and active TB disease is also curable with medication. The health department's goal is to evaluate all people who may have been exposed to someone with contagious active TB disease. This evaluation requires screening for TB symptoms, a TB skin or blood test, and a chest x-ray. Sometimes a test of the phlegm or sputum from the lungs must be done. The entire evaluation can take several appointments over several days. Currently, about 175 people have been identified for evaluation, with an expected increase in this number as our investigation progresses. Some of those 175 individuals will be found to have latent TB infection and will need medication for at least 3 months, while others will be found to have active TB disease and will need to take medications for at least 6 months. TB medications are given under direct observation as a standard practice, meaning that our health department staff must personally observe patients take their medications on a daily basis. While this is resource intensive, it's a cornerstone strategy to ensure that patients take the medication safely and so that they can become non-contagious as quickly as possible and do not develop drug-resistant TB. The population affected by this outbreak is a vulnerable population with an increased risk of TB disease due to significant barriers to care, such as homelessness, substance use, and severe medical comorbidities and other conditions. Nationally, people experiencing homelessness are disproportionately impacted by the largest and most rapidly growing TB outbreaks. By identifying and treating contacts now, we can prevent severe TB outcomes. Intensive outreach and engagement within Long Beach and collaboration with other partners will be required to find and encourage people to be evaluated. Patients will need support with housing, food, transportation, and case management while being evaluated and during treatment. This outbreak spans multiple jurisdictions, including neighboring jurisdictions and even other states. There's contacts that are in other jurisdictions, and we're working with other jurisdictions on contact tracing and identifying additional places where transmission could have happened. This public health emergency allows the city to strengthen its preparedness and ability to respond to the localized TB outbreak. The declaration will mobilize city resources, accelerate emergency planning, streamline staffing, coordinate agencies across the city, facilitate seeking and utilizing mutual aid, and allow for the possibility for state and federal funding support. We appreciate the resources that the California Department of Public Health and the CDC have already provided to this effort. The emergency declaration will also help streamline the approval processes for resources needed. In the days since we have announced the emergency, we have received many calls from concerned Long Beach residents. I just want to reiterate that the risk for people overall is low. TB is and has always been in the city in small numbers. People who interact with the public are not at significantly greater risk than they were before the outbreak, and they're at low risk in general. We urge the public to depend on the facts issued by the health department for the most up-to-date and accurate information. Our call center is answering calls from Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 at 562-570-7907. And people can also get more information at longbeach.gov/TB. This concludes my report, and I'm open and available for questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that thorough report. We are a public health jurisdiction, so the responsibility is ours to declare these local emergencies. It may seem strange to folks who live in surrounding cities because they're not as engaged, but this is a responsibility we have that our city council has. I know that you all have probably gotten questions about the scope, how large, how widespread it is, so it is reassuring to hear from our city's health officer that the threat to the general public is low. And so we need to make sure that folks understand that point. This is not a widespread, rampant situation. It's a very specific, confined instance. And we also know that we've already taken action to quarantine and help provide support and treatment to those who have been impacted. So thank you so much. We're going to take public comment, then I'll go to the council. Deborah Betance, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to correctly say my name. As a retired educator, taught for 25 years, having to respond to taking a TB test, that's one of our requirements, so that we, as a public servant as well, we want to keep the public safe, but we also don't want to over-frighten the public. We heard this on the radio. I had members of my organization calling me, what's going on? So if it was very low, I think it's important that we don't over-scare, especially since we have all been traumatized by this quote-unquote pandemic and the COVID. So I think it's very important that we, before we say anything about a emergency, that we take the public's feelings into account, that we don't scare them, that we get our data, but we want to also make sure that we're very safe. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll take it back behind the rail. Councilmember Rick Sodi. Dr. Rick Sodi in this case.
I'm always Dr. Rick Sodi. Put some respect on my name. Thank you, Dr. Nisa Davis. As always, you're a commensurate professional, you and your colleagues, right? So I think it's really important that you gave us just a very thorough breakdown of the scope of the emergency. As you noted, and so did our mayor. I think a lot of times people see this on the news as made headlines, right, across the country. That when people see, or Long Beach is declaring an emergency, they get visions of basically COVID, right? Because people they still have that perspective, and so it's really important for people to understand that we're declaring an emergency so we can get the resources that we need to help the people that need it. But it's a very specific population of individuals that you mentioned that were vulnerable, that were exposed to this, and we're addressing that. And there's a very low risk to the community. And so, like I said, again, thank you for always continuing to show your leadership in this particular space and making sure that our community is protected.
All right, Dr. Odie. All right, next we have
Dr. Sorrow.
Dr. Sorrow. It's 3 doctors in this conversation. All right, Dr. Sorrow.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I think that given the amazing work that our city staff have done in order to address and make sure that we overcome COVID, I think tuberculosis is definitely something we can manage. I think that it's just that we haven't had cases. We don't talk about tuberculosis hardly anymore because our public health system has done a great job in managing it. I remember growing up having to take the pills on and on because my parent didn't understand that you can't just give it to me once. You have to keep giving to me. So I think the emergency is really about being honest to our community about what's happening and an opportunity to talk about it. So thank you for the amazing work you do to continue to provide education and also considering what kind of care that's needed for the population impacted, because I think that in order to make sure that people are protected or recovering from it, really do get that care. Because I still remember having to keep going back because my parents didn't understand how long you had to keep giving me these pills. So it's still seared in my brain, the process. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's have Vice Mayor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Davis. Just to make sure I understood, you said of 175 people that you're evaluating. How many of those do you expect to test positive?
So I didn't have actual numbers in the presentation. I was just saying we do expect. So we expect a cohort of those to test positive, meaning they have the sleeping bacteria living inside of them, but they don't have symptoms and they can't spread it to anyone else. Mm-hmm. We've seen, in general, that could be as much as 20% of the people that you end up testing, because they've all been presumed to have been around somebody with active infectious TB. And then a smaller number of those we could see that they actually have active TB disease, the actual contagious symptomatic kind, when we first evaluate them. So those are kind of the two. So we're going to have the vast majority will have nothing. We'll evaluate them and they won't be infected and they won't have anything. And then the next biggest group is going to have the positive infection, and we can give them medicine for 3 months and they won't progress any further. And then the smaller group will have that actual active TB disease, and then they were the ones that will need maybe to be in isolation for a while. If they're contagious, they can't leave the house. So we have to support them with housing if they can't isolate. And they're not able to go out to get food and things like that. They have to take medicine every day that somebody is watching them take, and have to come into the clinic and what have you. And so that's at least for 6 months where we're really intensively supporting the person as we cure them of the disease.
And those that need medication or need that service, is that free to them?
It is free to them, yes. That's where the funding that's some of the, so we have to pay for the medication, we have to pay for the clinical staffing. It's a lot of nurses and outreach workers, physicians. That's really a whole large team in order to support the person.
Okay, and then one last question. Has there been any report of spread to like any healthcare professional or healthcare facility?
So that has not been reported to this time, and so that's one of the goals of rapidly identifying everybody, is so that that doesn't happen, but we haven't had that report.
Okay, well, thanks again for all your great work.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Davis, and also thank you for the swift action and knowing the importance of being able to educate the public on what's going on and taking action. I really commend you for doing this, and on behalf of the residents of Long Beach, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. As we move into this second phase of the emergency, I wanted to know if we could possibly take a look at one of the protocols established over the last couple of weeks, and that is our inability to share information about the location of the outbreak due to HIPAA regulations. And what occurred to me right off the bat was first responders. Now, I want to be very clear about this. No first responder asked me to bring this up. If you asked the fire chief tonight, he'd say, we can handle any emergency, don't worry about us. But I thought, why put them at risk if it's not absolutely necessary, if those HIPAA regulations may not apply to certain groups, such as first responders. I would think that HIPAA would not apply to medical personnel, and so I'm just asking for a possible re-examination of the way that was interpreted over the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So while HIPAA does not allow us to share confidential medical information and disclose that to the general public, those with a medical need to know have that ability. And so we have that flagged for if we go on emergency calls, the teams know, what is going on there, and they're able to don additional PPE. So we do take care of that through our dispatch center.
All right. I think that concludes council comment and public comment. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, we are done. So we'll go to general public comment number 2. Let's see. All right, Deborah, you are up.
We have something being delivered to you, so you all have copies. So I want to thank you. My name is Deborah Albatance. I live at 824 East Bixby Road. I am a retired public servant. I know what it is to give of service for 25 years. I've educated the children of this city. And what you're receiving in front of you is the first is, as many of you know, I'm the president of the Women's Education Circle for Democracy Long Beach, and we're advocating the start of a new budding nonprofit called Eli Victory Garden Schools. As a historian, I just returned back from National History Day as a judge for the state finals. I was a judge for History Day at the county level. And I'm a historian. So after World War II, the president demanded that if there's any unused parcels of land, that they be turned into community gardens temporarily, whatever it may be. As I'm the mother of the garden at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Park, I built it. I believe it's the oldest garden. And since it is Mother's May, we developed that. Happy Mother's May to all the mothers on council and in the room. But we are asking the city in each district, we're inviting you all to be equitable, and we want a free community garden in each district. We've located some sites that we think would be beneficial. We have a couple of gardens situations in the city that you can't have access to gardening unless you pay. So we want this concept. It's a successful concept. We built it back in 2010. It was very successful. I managed it for the city for 3 years. You hired me. We built it with police. This is the only garden that was built with 15 youth from the city with workforce development. It's a beautiful combination, and we want to repeat this. We want to use the same model. Unfortunately, I've had a little bit of trouble getting access to the garden at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, but we're hoping that Dr. Sorrow will now ask her staff to work with us. I've been working for 3 years. I've been working the last couple of years at Michelle Obama Garden, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And in Bixby Knolls, we want to call it the Love Lamp Post Garden, the Rose Garden, and we're trying to get those lights on. So we're inviting you all to walk through Happy Mother's May. We want to go through the gardens and see what we've done. There's some art. We've got partners. We've got a great model for you all to follow. And we're looking to build Peace Builder 24. We're going to ask 3 representatives from each of your district of children to become farmers. So we hope that you all can participate and we can find a good free community peace garden in each of your districts. I'll take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any questions. All right. We'll now go to closing comments and announcements. All right, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Really quickly, I invite you to join the Craftsman's Village Historic District cleanup on Saturday, May 11th from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The meeting location is 1518 East 8th Street here in Long Beach, of course. For more information, please call 562-294-3198. I also would like to invite you to attend the AOC 7 10th Annual Literacy Fair that is being held on Saturday, May 18th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The location for this event is at Lincoln Middle School, 1175 East 11th Street. Also, as a proud sponsor, I invite you to attend a free movie night featuring Crip Camp, A Disability Revolution on Thursday, May 9th, 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Jordan High School. And I want to give a special thanks to the Long Beach Unified School District board members for the invitation to participate as a sponsor and for uplifting the disability history in our Long Beach Unified School District system. And I also would like to thank Councilmember Kerr for your participation in making this happen to bring disability education to our public school system during your time as a board member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that note, I'd like to take a moment to recognize National Teacher Appreciation Week. Today, May 7th, is National Teacher Day, and this whole week we join the nation in showing appreciation for our teachers. Thank you immensely to all of our teachers throughout Long Beach who go over and above for students every day. We appreciate your hard work and dedication to the success and bright future of our youth and thus our city. With this week, we recognize the challenges faced by educators today and show them our support as we work to advocate for the resources and respect they deserve. So thank you to our teachers. I want to wish everybody who celebrates a happy Mother's Day this coming Sunday. There's lots of local shopping opportunities in D5. On Saturday, May 11th, you can stop by Long Beach Exchange for a special Mother's Day Mercado from 12 to 5. This Saturday, May 11th, you can join our Norse Village over there off Norse Way and Carson as they celebrate their neighborhood market from 10 to 2 p.m. And they're celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month with local vendors and small businesses. And Parkview Village, second Saturday's block party is from 11 to 3 at the Parkview Village shops, followed by Fair Trade Long Beach's 5th anniversary party from 3 to 7 p.m. You can find lots of local gifts for moms and celebrate with our local businesses. And looking ahead, I hope you'll save the date for Sunday, May 19th to visit Cal Heights for their annual Home and Gardens Tour. Explore the historic neighborhood, connect with neighbors, and view some of the area's beautiful homes and gardens. You can find more information and buy tickets at calheights.org. Thanks so much, everybody.
All right, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, I want to invite everyone to the 3rd annual Long Beach Visat Day. It's the Saturday right here in Long Beach City Hall Terrace, and it starts at 8 to 11 a.m. You have two options. You can come at 11 a.m. to 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. It's getting late for a donation to the Venerable Monks, and then the 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. And this is a day in where, given our city's, recognition of various holidays by residents in our district, this is Long Beach Visat Day is a day to commemorate the Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and nirvana. So hope you can join us that day.
Councilmember Exodi.
Yes, I have several neighborhood associations with upcoming meetings. So I invite you out to attend the NAM Neighborhood Association meeting on Thursday, May 9th from 6 to 7 p.m. They will be meeting at the Teriyaki Grill at 1230 Artesia Boulevard. Additionally, I'd like to invite you out to the Ramona Park Neighborhood Association meeting on Monday, May 13th from 7 to 8 p.m. This event will be held at the Ramona Park Community Center at 3301 East 65th Street. And finally, I'd like to invite you all to attend the St. Francis Neighborhood Association meeting on Wednesday, May 15th from 7 to 8 p.m. This event will be held at the Community Grace Brethren Church, 5885 Downey Avenue. For more information on any of these meetings, please contact our office at 562-570-6137 or District 9 at longbeach.gov.
All right. Well, in closing, I want to remind folks that it is spring cleaning in Long Beach. All 9 council districts, all 9 council offices. Make sure that you help us out. Go to longbeach.gov/spring cleaning to sign up, host the cleanup, or participate and volunteer at a local cleanup. Our public works crews, our parks crews are all out, all hands on deck, so we can get our city in tip-top shape heading into summer. So we need you to step up and be a part of it. So longbeach.gov/spring cleaning. Thank you all. Have a good night.